So just a couple of preliminary matters before things get rolling. Wanted to flag that there are two emergency exits sort of on the far side by where BC Hydro's sitting, one directly behind the audio folks and one just out the door behind BC Hydro as well. And the washrooms are just behind me if anybody needs those. And with that brief introduction, I'll pass it over to the panel to get things started. Thank you. Oh, sorry, one more thing. Just practically, the mics here are push to talk. So I believe all of yours have a little face with a voice coming out of them. So you press that once to talk, and I'd encourage you to press it again to turn it off when you're done so that we don't have any mishaps. So thanks very much.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. And happy Thanksgiving to anybody who's American. My name is Anna Fung, and I'm the chair of the BCUC panel who's been appointed to review BC Hydro's application for approval of certain amendments to its capital project filing guidelines. With me today are my fellow panel members, Anna Denier on my immediate left and William Everett KC to her left. This streamlined review process, or SRP as we call it, is being transcribed by e-decree, and the audio portion is broadcast on BCUC's YouTube channel. Please note that no recordings or rebroadcasts of this SRP today will be permitted beyond that maintained by the BCUC. A transcript of the SRP will be posted to the BCUC website once it's available. To assist with the transcription, please remember to state your name and whom you represent before speaking, and to spell your name for the record the first time you state your name. Mr. Alexander Bear, to my immediate right, is the BCUC's internal legal counsel who will be acting as the hearing officer for this SRP. If there's a need to file any new exhibits during this SRP, I would ask that they be handed to Mr. Bear, who will mark the exhibits accordingly. Any such exhibits should then be filed with the Commission Secretary after the SRP in accordance with Part 3 of the BCUC's Rules of Practice and Procedure. I'd also like to point out Rule 15 of the BCUC's Rules of Practice and Procedure, which relates to transcripts. It outlines the process in the case of a potential transcription error or correction of statements made in the transcript. If anyone has any suggestions for corrections to the transcript, please follow Rule 15. Also present today is the BCUC staff team. Nicholas Simon is the project manager, and with her are Avery Jones, the lead staff, as well as Angus Kilpatrick and Lindsay Bedard. Now, BC Hydro submitted this application to the BCUC on April 27, 2023. Since that time, the proceeding has included a BCUC request for further information, one round of information requests, and submissions on further process. Along the way, BC Hydro has made various modifications to its approvals sought, including requests to put some approvals sought into abeyance and additional approvals sought related to project compliance reporting requirements. On October 3, 2023, the BCUC issued Order G296-23, establishing a further regulatory timetable which included this SRP. Now, the purpose of the SRP today is to gather further information on BC Hydro's proposed changes to project compliance reports. We do not propose to canvass in this SRP the other approvals sought by BC Hydro in the application. For clarity, in accordance with the BCUC's reasons in decision to Order G296-23, the scope of the SRP is as follows. Scope of BC Hydro's project progress reports, BC Hydro's stated cost and time to prepare project progress reports, scope of material change reports, BC Hydro's internal review of project reports submitted to BCUC, BC Hydro's internal projects reporting scope, deadlines, and process, the anticipated impacts of BC Hydro's proposed changes to the BCUC's project reporting requirements, finally, confidential treatment of project progress reports, material change reports, project final completion reports. The panel requests that all parties please keep within the scope. Now, following appearances, the BC Hydro witnesses will be affirmed. Then BC Hydro will introduce its panel witnesses and make a brief presentation, which has already been filed as Exhibit B-12. Then cross-examination will begin with questions from BCUC staff, followed by the order of appearances. However, please note that the panel reserves the right to ask clarifying questions throughout the SRP as we feel necessary. Then BC Hydro will make its oral argument on the matter of its proposed modifications to project compliance reporting. Interveners will make their arguments in writing, followed by BC Hydro's written reply in accordance with the regulatory timetable already established by Order G 310-23. We plan to take a break mid-morning, followed by lunch break around noon, in order to allow BC Hydro some time to prepare for its oral argument. The SRP will conclude by 2 p.m. today at the latest. Now I turn matters over to Mr. Baer, who will call for appearances for this SRP. Thank you, Mr. Baer.
Thank you, Chair. First in the order of appearances is the BC Hydro and Power Authority.
Good morning, Madam Chair, panel. My name is Chris Bystrom, B-Y-S-T-R-O-M, appearing on behalf of BC Hydro. And with me to my left are Joe Maloney, Senior Regulatory Manager, Chris Sanvey, and I'll back up. Maloney is spelled M-A-L-O-N-E-Y. Chris Sanvey, S-A-N-D-V-E, Chief Regulatory Officer, and Shinwei Umenyi, that's U-M-E-N-Y-I, Manager, Commercial Management. And that's, unless there's anything further, that's my appearance.
Thank you, Mr. Bystrom.
Next in the order of appearances is Residential Consumer Intervenor Association.
Residential Consumer Intervenor Association. I'm Peter Helland. Helland, H-E-L-L-A-N-D. Yes.
Next in the order of appearances is the Commercial Energy Consumers Association.
Good morning, panel. Chris Weafer, W-E-A-F-E-R, Counsel to the Commercial Energy Consumers, and with me is David Craig, C-R-A-I-G, Consultant to Commercial Energy Consumers. And Madam Chair, may I ask a question on procedure just while I'm at them? And I just to confirm,
Absolutely.
There's no questioning of BC Hydro after their final argument. Is that correct? They'll make their argument and that's the end of the procedure.
That's the end of the argument, and you can make whatever submissions you like in your written argument as interveners after that.
Just confirming. No,
All right.
no questions on
No.
argument. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in the order of appearances is the British Columbia Old Age Pensioners Organization.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the panel. Leah Worth, W-O-R.
Please, sorry, you need to push the button to speak, please. Thank you. Oh, it looks like you may have a defective mic. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the panel, and distinguished colleagues. My name is Leah Worth, W-O-R-T-H, here as counsel for BCOAPO. Unfortunately, my colleague is ill and wasn't able to attend today. Thank you.
And thank you. And now we will proceed with affirming the BC Hydro witness panel.
Joe Maloney.
And do you solemnly affirm that the evidence given today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Chris Sanvey.
And do you solemnly affirm that the evidence given today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Shinwei Umenyi.
And do you solemnly affirm that the evidence given today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, I think it's over to BC Hydro now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Fung, Commission panel. I'll just make some brief opening remarks this morning and then turn it over to Mr. Maloney and Ms. Uemi to continue with the presentation. I wanted to start this morning just by referencing back to Commission Order G 296-23 and a couple of the points that the Commission panel made in that order. The first was with regards to the time required to prepare the progress reports and the panel's view that that time was excessive. And what I hope we'll be able to share with everyone here today is that BC Hydro has been, actually even prior to this proceeding, working to reduce those timelines and find opportunities to streamline and bring the time required to complete the reports more in line with a reduction that's appropriate. So that's one thing I hope that we'll be able to share today. Another point that the Commission panel made in that order was with regards to a disconnect between BC Hydro's previous reports as well as our proposed template going forward and what's stipulated in the Commission order setting out the scope of the progress reporting. And what I hope you'll hear from us today on that is a couple things. One is that as part of that effort to streamline and reduce, we have proposed in the template that is part of the record some reductions in the scope of project reporting. In other areas, there are places where the scope that BC Hydro proposes to provide and has provided in the past continues to exceed the letter of the Commission orders. But in those cases, as we'll explain, we think there's some important contextual information that's provided as a result of that detail, and we'll speak to why we think it may be helpful to continue providing some of that information. Overall, with that context, the other thing that I think you'll hear from us today is that we believe that the addition of the material change report is actually a really neat opportunity. We think it's a good addition to the framework in terms of project reporting, and we think it presents an appropriate opportunity to move from semi-annual to annual reporting when that material change reporting requirement is present, and that suite of reporting would, in our view, keep the Commission appropriately informed. The last point I want to make before turning it over to Mr. Maloney is just to address BC Sustainable Energy Association's submission from yesterday. This is Exhibit C1-4, where they asked whether BC Hydro posts on its websites all of the project reporting that we submit to the BCUC. That is our practice. Upon receiving that submission from BCC yesterday, we did go and just do a back check and did find that there were a couple progress reports that inadvertently had not been posted in accordance with that practice. So that will be corrected. We will get those progress reports up, and certainly going forward, that is our practice. All progress reports that we submit to the Commission, just like all filings that we submit to the Commission, our practice is to post them on BC Hydro's website so that they're available to the public. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Maloney.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone. First, thank you for the opportunity to share a presentation with you this morning. Just looking at the agenda, there are a few items we would like to cover. I assure you it will be a reasonably succinct presentation. Looking at the agenda, we would like to revisit the approval sought. Additionally, revisit our submission that annual progress reporting, when accompanied with material change reporting, will keep the BCUC appropriately informed. That there's value to aligning the material change reporting criteria with the reporting that we have internally to our BC Hydro Board of Directors for building and power system projects. We'd like to discuss the scope and effort for the current progress reports. And as Chris referred, we do agree that the effort involved is significant, and related to that, we do have a revised template for sharing, which will be discussed by Chinwei later on in the presentation. That was filed on November 21st as part of Exhibit B12. There are three amendments we are seeking to the 2018 capital filing guidelines. This is to include the criteria for the material change reports, to move from semi-annual to annual progress reports, and to clarify that the BC Hydro Board of Directors reviews rather than approves the final report. In consideration of the changes BC Hydro is seeking to the 2018 capital filing guidelines, there are related changes we are also seeking to the orders with active reporting requirements, as shown on the slide. Additionally, I would like to note that on November 21st, we also filed a revised response to BCUC IR 1.4.1, and it was filed as Exhibit B92. And that was to clarify two things. The first clarification was that the project control procedures are the same for building and power system projects. And because those control procedures are the same, we are seeking the same material change reporting criteria for both those categories of projects. The second point of clarification is around when we would report, when we would propose we would report a material change to schedule to the BCUC for these projects. And that would be when we would forecast to exceed the in-service date by greater than 3 months. And this would align with our board reporting. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Chinwe.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yes.
I just want to clarify. In terms of the amendments that you're seeking to include a requirement for filing of material change reports and to move from semi-annual to annual progress reports. I assume that is only, I guess that change, the latter change, is only applicable to the extent that the Commission decides to enshrine the requirement for material change reports, right? In the event we don't, do you take the position that semi-annual reporting is still appropriate? Because right now it's not in the requirement for material change reports is not included actually in the 2018 guidelines.
Yes, that's correct. If the material change reporting criteria is not enshrined, then we would continue with semi-annual reporting. We think that's correct.
So is it your position that material change reports are equivalent, essentially, to semi-annual progress reports?
It's not equivalent. It's a close approximation. We do provide additional information in the semi-annual reports than we would in the material change reports. We also file the material change reports earlier than we would with the semi-annual reports.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll start again. On this slide, these are the 3 reports BC Hydro believes will keep the BCUC informed on the progress and completion of our capital projects. The annual project progress report will provide a status update on the project cost, schedule, risk, scope, and key activities. The material change report will inform the BCUC of material changes in our project's cost, schedule, and/or scope within 30 days of the change being approved. And the project completion and evaluation report summarizes how the project's objectives, impacts, and benefits were achieved, how the project was implemented, and identified lessons learned to improve future projects. Has been noted by Mr. Sanvi and Mr. Maloney, our view is that the newly added requirement, if it is added, for timely reporting on material changes to a project's scope, cost, or schedule does provide an opportunity to balance keeping the BCUC informed and regulatory efficiency by ensuring there is timely reporting of material changes while moving to an annual cadence for regular project progress updates. This slide kind of is our amendment, our proposed amendment to the material change reporting criteria to align it with the proposed changes that our board of directors approves or is informed of for power system and building projects. So I'm going to walk through the criteria starting with the first row of the in-service state. This amended criterion will ensure the BCUC is informed if there is a delay of greater than 3 months in the in-service state. The in-service date, which is when a project is substantially complete and its assets are available for its intended use, includes schedule contingency. Schedule contingency is used when other milestones are delayed. So based on that, in our view, if the in-service date is preserved for 3 months, within 3 months, a delay in the other milestones is not material. The second criterion is around the authorized cost. And we propose to file a material change to the BCUC if there is an increase in the authorized cost. As a reminder, the authorized cost of a project is the expected cost, or the P50 estimate, plus the project reserve. The BC Hydro Board of Directors approves the release of funding up to the authorized cost and any additional funding above the authorized cost. I would like to note that what we are proposing is a lower threshold than the 10% accedence in the original criteria. And the final row, the last row, is around material changes to a project scope, as outlined in the scope summary section of an application that alters the objectives of a project. In the 4 orders that we are seeking an amendment of, the references to what we're monitoring for scope is quite broad and includes non-scope sections of an application. For example, in the main wiring substation upgrade project, it references Chapter 4 of the application, which includes non-scope sections such as project activities and permits and authorizations, which are not scope and are not material. So we are seeking to reference the scope summary section so that it clarifies what we are monitoring and reporting on. In addition, a material, sorry, just that slide, back, that slide, sorry. In addition, a material change in project scope will usually impact schedule, materially impact schedule and cost. So if there is a material change in project scope, you're going to see it, we report it as part of our reporting on material change in schedule or cost. This line item, this row, really captures those rare circumstances where there will be a material change in scope that will not materially impact the schedule or materially impact the authorized cost.
Ms. Umeni?
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to understand how your proposal with respect to the schedule delay matches up, if at all, with what's currently required. Because there's a reference to a delay of greater than 3 months in your proposal in the in-service date, which presumably is a defined term because it's capitalized, of a project. How does that match up with what's compared or what's required right now in your original criteria, which is greater than 6 months compared to the schedule provided in schedule summary table of BC Hydro's application?
So the in-service date is when a project is substantially complete. A lot of the other milestones included in the application are ahead of the in-service date.
Right.
And so our position is that there's schedule contingency, that you can manage delays in the other milestone. So if your in-service date is maintained, you're using your schedule contingency to manage delays in the other milestone, and they're not material. They don't have an impact of when your assets are available for their intended use. The other criteria had 6 months, and all the schedule, including in-service date, and we're proposing greater than 3 months.
And is this in-service date indicated and reflected in the schedule?
Yes, it is.
Summary table? Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right.
It's in every.
Thank you.
table. Yes, please. Sorry. On this slide, sorry, go on.
Not so quick.
Okay, this is
Commissioner Denier.
Anna Denier, D-E-N-N-I-E-R. I just wanted to clarify, how did you select 3 months for the in-service date? That, in my experience, that's quite a big delay for an in-service date for a project. So I'm just curious if you could explain how did you arrive at 3 months?
So as we noted, we are aligning it with when the board approves or the board is informed about a change. We inform the board about a change in service date, and we do it through our quarterly reports to the board. So that just aligns with that reporting cadence of every quarter.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll just add one other point, which Chris Sanvey, S-A-N-D-V-E, is what we were trying to do by setting a threshold of 3 months was avoid triggering reporting for things like, for example, if you have a transmission project and that transmission project is having an in-service date being coordinated around a service outage window. And for some certain operational circumstances, perhaps that outage window shifts a week, which is somewhat common. We wouldn't see that being a circumstance where it would be necessary to trigger a material change report to the commission. And so we were trying to come up with a threshold that would avoid reporting on those types of circumstances, but still make sure the commission was informed of others.
Okay. So, okay, next slide. Oh, sorry, go on.
Before you go on to the next slide, under the heading scope at the bottom on the right, there's the word or the phrase, the scope of a project as outlined in an application is changed to the extent that the objectives of the project are altered, thereby requiring the BC Hydro Board of Directors to be informed. To me, that's a bit vague in this sense that who determines when it changes to the extent the the Board of Directors is required to be informed? How do we know who determines when that occurs? How is that defined?
Well, I guess, as I noted, it's material changes on scope usually impact schedule or cost for the most part. So I think that's one very easy trigger. We have a statement of objective that kind of aligns the objectives of a project. And so it's usually first determined by a project manager if they're not going to meet the objectives that have been laid out for them.
But the objective of building a dam is to build a dam. And that objective probably never changes.
The objectives are usually a little bit more defined than that, right? Build a dam to this requirement, or replace your generators to this capacity. So it's not just replace your generators, but replace your generators to this capacity to meet these other objectives like flows, a certain amount of flows. So it's more defined than that.
Yeah. Well, it seems to me to be a little bit subjective. And is there a way that it could be made more clear?
I think we're intending going forward in applications to be explicit about this is the objective and make it clear, so that it's clear for whoever is when we're reporting and what we're reporting against and what objectives we're measuring ourselves against.
But how will the commission ever know?
Okay. We will include our statement of objectives in the application going forward so that it's clear what we are measuring ourselves against when we say the objectives have changed.
But you do include the objectives.
We include the statement throughout the application, but we don't label it as objectives, right? It is there when we talk about what the project is going to do, why we need it, what our scope is, but we'll be explicit and we'll be at the level that we include in our statement of objectives that the project managers are managing to.
Okay, so then who I won't take any more time, Madam Chair, but who at BC Hydro determines that there has been a change in the objectives that requires, like there must be changes in objectives that don't require the board to be informed?
So the different levels of governance.
When does the board get informed about a change in objective, and who decides that? And how do we know how it all works? I mean, maybe the person will never decide it.
Okay. So are we talking about who decides or how you know?
Both.
Both, okay. Yeah. So with regards to who decides, the project manager first identifies that there has been a change in their scope that impacts the objectives. It goes to the different governance levels, including our gate board that includes finance and the initiator and our sponsor. Then there they get approval to then go ahead and inform the board. It needs to be approved by our initiator and sponsor prior to it being informed, the board being informed of the change. But in our quarterly reports, we regularly update the board on changes to scope, whether they're material or not. So the board is going to be informed of changes, updates on a project, which include some material changes to scope and some non-material changes to scope.
And when it's a material change, then it meets the criteria.
It meets the criteria. It will need to be approved by the initiator and sponsor, and then the board is informed that we have a material change that impacts the objectives.
Well, thank you. It seems vague to me, but thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Umani?
Oh, yes.
I just want to pick up on your comment just now that you made in response to Commissioner Everett's question, and that is that you regularly report to the board on both material and immaterial changes in scope. So if that's the case, why could you not do the same, like with respect to the BCUC? Why does it have to be limited to the extent that the scope of a project is, as outlined in the application, is changed to the extent that the objectives of the project are altered, thereby requiring BC Hydro's Board of Directors to be informed?
Yeah, I should restate that. When I'm talking about material changes, I mean material changes that impact the objectives. There are some movements in project. We generally provide an update on what's going on in a project to the board.
Right.
And so part of that update could be just general status update. We're not informing them, hey, we've made a change to project scope. We're just generally informing them of things that have happened in the project. So, and that's part of our quarterly report. So it's a one-page summary of all the things that are going on in the project, including cost, schedule, or engagement with First Nations, engagement with stakeholders at a different level than when we report a material change to the BCUC.
So when do you decide you need to report to the board on material changes in scope then? Is it this test that you use?
That's the test we use. We look at the performance and the functionality of the project, and if it's still meeting those requirements. As I said, the objective in the SU is at a more defined level. Have we altered the scope such that we're not going to meet the capacity that we stated we wanted this project to meet? Have we altered the scope such that the requirements for the dam is not being met? And that's what we consider scope that immaterially that impacts or alters the objective of the project.
Just one further question. You have the three criteria.
Yes.
Are they read disjunctively or conjunctively?
Okay.
Do you have to have all three before you?
No.
So any one of them
Yes.
will require
Yes.
a report like
Yes. Scope, schedule, or scope, or scope. Yeah.
Delay, cost, and scope.
Or.
Or.
Or, that's right. Oh.
Don't have to have all three before you list.
No. If anyone is triggered, we'll report. Okay. So on this slide, we'll address the elephant in the room, the effort required to develop our progress reports we've filed since October 2022. I think I want to kind of start talking a little bit about how the scope of our projects have evolved over the years. The scope of our project has evolved based on commission directions on different projects over the last 10 to 15 years, and information requests on or about filed progress reports. For example, in the WAC Bennett Dam riprap upgrade project decision, we were ordered to file the Board of Director approved cost estimate and schedule. That made it into the template, and we've been reporting on it ever since. So as you can imagine, this sort of evolved and growth in scope has led to a significant amount of effort, as noted in our high-level estimate provided in BCUC IR 1.4.4. That estimate was based on a high-level estimate based broadly on the number of people that are engaged in every step of the process, and an estimate of effort in hours of each participant. A significant part of that was the level of information we're requiring from participants meant that they had to, there was a lot of effort spent in developing the progress report, what they were putting into it, what all the information, the level of information being provided. So most of those effort hours are around developing the progress report, and the balance of the effort is review. But the bulk of it was just the information we required from so many different participants and subject matter experts that are involved and engaged on projects. Looking ahead, we realized that that level of effort is not sustainable, especially given potential future progress reports. So we streamlined and we've scaled back on the scope of the reports to align more closely with what we were ordered to provide. As noted in our response to CCIR 1.5.2, the 2 progress reports that will be filed in December, the Peace to Kelly Lake Station Sustainment Project Progress Report and the John Hart Dam Seismic Project Report, are aligned with the new template. The development of both of those are underway, and we are seeing a reduction in effort, mainly around that we have reduced the number of participants that need to be engaged and the level of information we're requiring from each participant. I think our primary objective in streamlining is to ensure that we are aligning with the orders, but we're providing information that's helpful and that provides the right context around the numbers, especially around the numbers that we are providing and including in the report.
Okay. Ms. Manny, can you tell me, typically, and I recognize projects differ, how long are these progress reports? How many pages are they?
I don't know.
And maybe others can help who have been around longer.
Oh, you. I'll say between 25 and 35 pages, I think, yeah. Okay.
In the last while, and I would say that's a proper range that
Yeah,
you provided. So in terms of the effort and time involved to produce that kind of report, are you taking into account all of the internal time that's spent by every level of reviewer or people who input that information in your estimate of the time and the effort that you've provided or BC Hydro has provided in its response to the inquiry about how much time and effort does it take for you to produce a progress report?
It does include the people that need to input in. Like what you see is after people have put in a lot of information and then it's, pared back and edited. So there's a lot of, in the development, not even the review, in the development, that's where a lot of the time is, to be quite frank. We have a number of different people engaged and involved in projects on different aspects that input into the report or that we're inputting into the report regularly.
And is it your position that it's because the BCUC requires this, that you are expending that effort, or is it really a managerial decision that this is what the kind of input that we need in order to produce a report that might be suitable for both the board and or the BCUC?
So that report doesn't go to the board. That report just is filed with the BCUC. And it is, yes, it is a management decision. Like, we were ordered in one project, we decided to report it for every other project. It's a management decision to provide information that we think is helpful to the BCUC and provides the right context. We're aware that we're not sitting with you as you're reading the reports, so we're like, okay, how do we help them as they're working through the numbers? And we're providing our explanation to put the right context, put everything that we're doing in context.
But isn't it part of BC Hydro's job simply to monitor progress of any report, any capital project that you carry out? It's not really, when you talk about the people who are inputting information for the purpose of this report, the reason that they're inputting or spending time on it is because they need to figure out what's going on with the project, right? It's not because they're doing it for the sole purpose of providing a report to the BC Utilities Commission.
this report is not the source of truth, right? They're doing their work, they're developing their internal reports, they're monitoring it.
Yes.
At the end of the 6-month period, we're saying, provide this information for us in this report to submit to the BCUC. So we are monitoring projects. We are going through our regular portfolio management and governance processes.
Presumably, you'd be doing that even if the BCUC did not ask for a report,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can interveners ask questions at this stage, or do we need to wait till the end? And I just wanted to get an understanding, sorry.
Mr.
Chris
Weaver.
Weaver, WEA-FER. Just to get an understanding of the other side of the coin, we hear the amount of time and effort to prepare the reports and understand the inputs. And is there a lot of time spent once the report goes over to the commission? Is there much time that BC Hydro has to spend responding to questions or queries or discussions? Is that also part of the resource demand, or once you file the report, it's generally absent a material issue, there's no questions coming back?
We do sometimes get questions on our progress reports.
And
Yes.
is that a material expenditure of time by BC Hydro, or is it usually fairly focused?
It's a substantial amount of time because in a short period of time, right? There's no subject matter expert that's working on one project. So they're working on multiple projects. So we have to pull them from that project to work on and answer these questions in a defined period of time. And that's part of the reason why we try to provide helpful information up front.
And is that part of the reason for the request, that you're trying to avoid having to spend that time as well?
No, the reason for our request is the material. That with the addition of the material change report, we think we are going to report on material changes in a timely manner, and that gives us an opportunity to move to annual.
I understand that, but just I'm trying to deal with what's there now, and
Yeah.
in terms of, is it Hydro's position that there's an inefficient use of time having to deal with or explain the semi-annual progress reports? Is that part of the rationale for the ask?
Chris Tanvi, SAN-DVE. I don't think that's part of the rationale. I think that generally speaking, the way I would look at it is that if part of this progress reporting framework having value is that there is an opportunity if there are things in the report that are unclear to the commission, or if there is information the commission feels it needs on a supervisory basis upon receiving the report, that there is that exchange. And so I don't think we're looking at part of the rationale of any of our requests to say let's avoid or reduce the dialogue that may happen subsequent to a report being filed. I think that's an important part of the process that occurs when those sorts of reports get filed, if the commission does have questions.
Thank you. That's helpful. And so the approach, now moving to what you're proposing with the material change report, I take it the intent is to be able to focus on what are the discussion points Hydro thinks should occur, and the gap is just whether the commission should be getting the broader perspective that you're taking more time to put before them. Even if it doesn't generate questions back, it's comforting the commission. You've done the look. You're saying, trust us on that point, but we're going to let you know when there's material issues that we think you need to be aware of. Is that
I think that's a fair
in
summary,
effect
yes,
what you're
yeah.
trying to do?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question, please, Ms. Umeni. So presumably, BC Hydro is preparing internal reports, as you mentioned, to inform other parts of the organization on the status of projects. I was wondering if there's an opportunity to use those reports to inform the BCUC versus preparing BCUC-specific reports, if you can elaborate on that, so that we can streamline the efforts required to prepare those reports.
I don't think that will streamline the effort, to be honest, because you have people preparing different reports on different projects. So having to gather all those reports, different pieces in different reports, depending on what the need is, to put it together for the BCUC will take just as much time, right? If we dump a whole series of 1,000 pages on you and say, parse through this and figure out what we did this reporting period, that wouldn't be helpful, which is why we pull the relevant information into one report and submit it.
So to clarify, you're pulling information from these reports and preparing a submission to the BCUC, so you're not really generating new information.
We're not generating new information, right? One subject matter expert could be working on 10 different projects and developing 10 different types of reports depending on who they're engaging with or what the discussions they're having or what meetings that they had, right? And then we're pulling the relevant information from all those sources into one report for the BCUC, as opposed to pulling all those meeting minutes and giving all of them to the BCUC and say, parse through this.
Thank you.
Okay. I think, work this out. So we provided 2 versions of the BR1 project progress report. Number 2, that was put on the record, I believe that's the term, for this hearing. One version is a new template version that aligns with what we have in our new template, and the other version is a black line version that shows the reduction in scope. So in this table, on the left-hand side of the table, we've provided what we were ordered or directed to provide in the BR1 project report. And on the right-hand side of the table is where we have provided this in the new template version. Table 3, Section 4 provides the actual cost to date, as well as a comparison to the cost estimate in the application and the current forecast has directed. In the second row, you can see we're asked to highlight variances with an explanation of significant variance. Any variance between actual cost to date and the cost estimate is not meaningful. It just tells you money hasn't been spent yet. So to be helpful and to provide context for the numbers you're seeing in column E of that table, if you have it in front of you, we've provided an update on project activities in section 4.1.1. So we have a sum in procurement, and we've said, here's what we did around procurement in that reporting period. In sections 2 and 3, we've provided at a status summary level an update on, at a summary level, the update on the project status and project schedule. The main message from this slide is that we have provided what we were ordered to provide in Section 4, Table 3, in Section 4.1.2, which is the cost variance forecast, and in risks. This is exactly what we were ordered to provide, and we are providing that information in the new version. I do want to note there are 2 sections that we had listed in CCIR 1.5.2, which we are no longer, we decided to not include in the new version. One is the summary of contracts over a prescribed amount, because changes in those contract values will be reflected in the current forecast, and significant variances will be explained there. And then the other one is planned project activities for the next reporting period, because I think it's probably redundant and anticlimactic. So in summary, notwithstanding the reduced level of effort, BC Hydro still believes the newly added requirement for timely reporting on material changes to a project's scope, cost, and/or schedule, combined with annual reporting for regular project progress updates, will keep the Commission appropriately informed. And that ends my presentation, unless, Chris, you have something to add?
No.
Okay, so, yeah.
No, Ms. Umeni,
Yes.
can you go back to the 3 criteria?
Oh, okay.
Because there was something I read, and okay. I made a note, but I don't know where I got it from, so I'm going to read it to you, and maybe you'll remember.
Okay.
The note was, BC Hydro will file a material change report written 30 days after the change being approved by the appropriate authority within BC Hydro.
Yes.
Now, who's that appropriate authority?
So for the authorized cost is the board. for a schedule or scope change, material change without an impact on cost is the initiator and sponsor, is our Executive Vice President of Integrated Planning and Executive Vice President of Operations.
Okay. So material change reports will be filed within 30 days of that executive
Approval, yes.
approval.
Yes,
Yeah, thank you.
if there's no impact on cost.
Why not make it within 30 days of any one of the three criteria occurring, as opposed to interjecting an unknown actor and the uncertainty that surrounds that? Why not just make it 30 days within one of those three criteria occurring?
So as I noted, the authorized cost is approved by the board, right? The funding is, the release of funding is approved by the board. So we could identify that a change, we think the cost should go up, and the board could have questions or not agree. So until the board agrees and agrees to release the funding, the change hasn't really occurred. We've identified that a change may occur, but the change hasn't occurred until it's been approved.
But if a contractor is entitled to a change, under the contract, the board doesn't get to decide whether it's a correct change or not. The change may well occur regardless of what the board thinks. And therefore, you'd have one of those criteria met, and it would be 30 days to put in a report on that.
I'm trying to think of a scenario where after the project is in phase and we've completed procurement, that the contractor is going to be entitled to a change, right?
Well, with respect, I've seen contracts reach substantial completion with substantial cost claims remaining to be determined
Yeah.
many, years later.
Yeah, no, I
Perhaps.
get that, but
Yeah.
there won't be a sum that they're entitled to and we would automatically pay just because they said they were entitled to, I guess, is my point.
Anyway, I guess my point is, why not 30 days after the occurrence of one of those three criteria? What's so bad about that? Or why is that not a good idea? Sorry.
I think, Commissioner Everett, it's Chris Sanvey, SANDVE. I think the reason that we're probably struggling with that concept is just the way the project governance is set up within BC Hydro, as Ms. Yomi, I think, stated. The change hasn't actually occurred until the appropriate governing authority has agreed that will be done. So if there is to be a change in in-service date, the in-service date cannot shift unless the initiator and sponsor agree, yes, we agree, that's going to shift. Same with authorized cost. As Ms. Yomi said, the authorized cost can't change unless the board has agreed, yes, we are going to allow you to change the authorized cost. The board may instead say, no, project team, we're going to maintain the authorized cost and we're directing you to figure out how to address whatever has just occurred without impacting the authorized cost. And so that, in that context, that's why we would say that the change hasn't actually occurred until the appropriate authority has signed it off.
So then you don't report it, but what probably would need to be reported but wouldn't be reported is that there'll be a large claim by the contractor, potentially, which again affects the overall costs.
I think in that example, if there was a large claim by a contractor and the project team had brought it forward to the board requesting a change in the authorized cost and then the board did not grant that, then whatever the cost impact was, it would be within the original authorized cost.
Well, no, there would be a contingent cost out there.
The authorized cost does include the contingency in the reserve, so it may be that.
So are you saying in that instance there would be a report then? With the
No,
basic-
I don't believe so. I think in that instance, so if there's the criteria is to a change to the authorized cost in a scenario where the board declined to change the authorized cost, that would not be a material change.
And so is that true with all three criteria? They have to get through the executive vice president and to the board and be approved, or the BCUC, the public gets no update on that project? No material change update?
That's true. That's true, right? Yes, so in the case of the in-service date, that's the project initiator and the project sponsor, and so the project initiator is the asset manager, and if the initiator doesn't agree to that in-service date change, then the change doesn't occur, and therefore wouldn't be reported out as a material change.
Doesn't even get to the board?
If the initiator hadn't, well, in that case, I think the approval authority isn't the board. It is the project initiator and the project sponsor. So at the executive level for line 1. Line 2 is the board. The board has to approve changes to the authorized cost, and if the board declined to approve a change to the authorized cost, then then what might have been a material change would not have occurred.
Is it the same analysis with respect to criteria 1 and criteria 3?
That's correct. Project initiator and sponsor for both 1 and 3.
Well, thank you for your response. It seems somewhat vague to me.
Sorry, Commissioner Everett, maybe I can jump in here if you don't mind. I think the pennies just dropped for me based on this latest exchange, that really what BC Hydro is asking the Commission to do is to align our reporting requirements with your internal management of projects, capital projects, based on the board's and BC Hydro's assessment of what are material changes, as opposed to what was approved in the CPCN, whether it relates to in-service dates, authorized costs, scope. Is that what I'm hearing? And if so, I'm happy to think about it, entertain it, but is that in essence what we're being asked to approve here?
Yes, I think that's a fair summary.
Okay, then I will expect some kind of rationale as to why that is the best way to do this. I can certainly accept that is BC Hydro's position, but when I look at a CPCN, it's got certain statements of cost, certain scope, it's got a certain time frame. The Commission approves the project based on those parameters, but once we've granted the CPCN, Hydro then takes over and manages the execution of the project according to its own definition of what are approved in-service dates, what are authorized costs, what are authorized scope. And what you would like us to do is to match up with BC Hydro's in terms of practice, the way you manage these things, these capital projects. And then we put to us when BC Hydro has determined there is a material change based on its own internal project governance processes.
I think I'd make maybe a couple clarifications and a couple points. I think the in-service date, the authorized cost, the objectives of the project are the same. The project that the Commission has approved in terms of how it's defined by in-service date, authorized cost, and objective doesn't change within BC Hydro. That is the project from BC Hydro's perspective as well. I think that the reasons that we would give in terms of why we're trying to align the criteria are one, to try to manage the amount of time and effort spent around reporting. and also two, because we think it's an appropriate framework, the one that we've laid out here in terms of what constitutes a material change. I think the second maybe clarification point I make is I think perhaps what the panel is struggling with is whether there is some subjectivity that is introduced with regards to this criteria, and I appreciate that. I think that makes sense that the commission would not want subjectivity, and there might be an idea that, well, if the commission has its own criteria, then that criteria isn't subjective and not subject to judgments. I think in this case, though, what we're saying is it's not subjectivity in terms of do we report or don't we report. It's really the approval authorities responsible saying whether they're accepting and allowing a change to occur or not. And so if the project team is aware of a circumstance, they're going to raise that challenge to the appropriate approval authority. And there may be many circumstances where that approval authority doesn't have much choice in the matter. Something's happened, it's going to have the impact it's going to have, and therefore, whether maybe they might not be very happy about it, but they're going to have to approve the change to the in-service date or authorized cost. But I think the concept just is that it is the project team does not have the authority to change its in-service date or change its authorized cost. Those are only things that can be done once the appropriate approval authority authorizes it.
But if that appropriate authority disagrees, then there's no report. And back to the chair's comment. Excuse me. Back to the chair's comment. The application is made on a certain basis of scope and construction time and cost, and we may never, public may never hear about a change because of internal of something that is quite subjective internally.
I think in that scenario there would be no change as defined by those parameters. So the authorized cost would remain the same, the in-service date would remain the same.
I see what you're saying, but why not give the BCUC the same thing you're giving to the board that the board turns down? Why not provide the same report to the BCUC so it's aware that there is at least some pressure on the project?
So Mr. Maloney was just reminding me that that those types of details would be captured in the annual report. And so it wouldn't be that the commission wouldn't ultimately be informed of some of those developments on a project. That would happen in the annual report. I think it's just that the appropriate approval authority is determining whether or not a change is happening to one of those three parameters. And if the approval authority involved is not allowing a change to occur to one of those three parameters, then by extension, a material change has not occurred.
Okay, and if we accept that, you say in any event, the issue that's being raised here will be reported in the annual report?
That's correct. So perhaps just quickly to use your example earlier, if there had been a cost pressure with a contractor that may have resulted in a change to the authorized cost, but did not, as the board directed the cost to maintain the same, and the project team found a way to manage that. That type of a development would still be articulated in the annual report, but would not have amounted to a material change.
Ms. Worth, I believe you have a question relating to this discussion just now.
Yes, Madam Chair, Leah Worth. I have many. I'm just wondering, sort of building on that, at what point does a change get included in your reporting to the BC Utilities Commission? So would it be when the project manager initially identifies it, or would it be when it is taken to a sponsor or to, sort of the various levels of governance that you were speaking to, or is it when it is actually taken to the final authority that is going to approve or disapprove of the identified issue?
I think this has been a helpful clarification that Mr. Maloney just reminded me of in terms of, I think it depends on whether we're talking about the annual report or the material change report. So in terms of the annual report, it would depend on the nature of the development in terms of where it was at. Ms. Yumi and I were just discussing, for example, that the annual report includes a discussion of project risks. And so there would be many types of potential changes and potential risks that would be documented in that annual report as things that are developing and perhaps materializing to a certain extent in that annual report. And those would be potentially early stage developments and early stage reporting. The reason that material change is at the other end of the spectrum post the appropriate approval authority is because the material change doesn't actually occur unless the appropriate approval authority has authorized it.
Okay. So I think I'm following some of the reasoning that I've heard from the panel here, that there's sort of this assumption that on Hydro's part that you have absolute power to sort of, to sort of say, there's going to be this change or there's not going to be this change. Whereas I think that my perspective on behalf of BCOAPO and, the sort of ratepayer concern is that there are changes that occur and that Hydro may not have the sort of power that it seems to think it does. But I'm just saying, like, when we were talking about material change, because that's really what we were talking about here, and it was my understanding that the panel was sort of asking questions about what happens if there's a material change that is identified or there's an issue that's identified and it's not yet been decided or it's been rejected. Where is that being reported to the commission, right? Because the commission's there to keep an eye on things. And your answer was, my understanding of your answer was that it would be in the annual report. And I'm saying, and my question is, at what point does the commission get notice of that? So let's say there's an issue, okay? And I'm not going to be specific about what kind of issue, but a project manager has identified it. Okay, they've had somebody come to them or they've identified it themselves, and it is time, let's say, for an annual report to the commission. Would it be included in that?
If the project manager has identified a risk that become an issue, we will include it in the report. So pretty early on, once they have identified that this could be a risk, this is a substantial risk that will materially change an aspect of the project, it will be included in the annual report.
So the project manager actually has input into the report
Yes.
to ensure that that's done.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm wondering if we could sort of talk a little bit about the timelines, because I'm just sort of having problems understanding when the commission would get notification. So we have a project manager and they've identified an issue or become aware of an issue, and they have to presumably gather information or whatever else. Are there deadlines that they have to adhere to? Is there an investigation period that you build into these types of things? I'm just wondering about the timelines, any deadlines that we have. You said that it's then punted up to sort of a sponsor, initiator, and my understanding from the SAP inquiry a long time ago is somewhat fuzzy, but it was my understanding that there always needed to be a sponsor and an initiator, and then it would be, in this case, going to one level of governance for a timing and scope change, and another level, it would be the board for the financial changes. Is that right?
So if there is a schedule or scope change that impacts cost, it will go to the board. If
Okay.
there's a schedule or scope change with no impact to cost, then it would be the initiator and sponsor that approve.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
They would approve that? The initiator and the sponsor?
The initiator and sponsor approve.
Okay. So can you let us know what the timeline is from the initiation of sort of the notice, right? The BC Hydro becomes aware through the project manager becoming aware of an issue, to when that is actually considered by whichever appropriate level of governance is going to be brought to. So, either that, the sort of dual considerers or the board.
So it will vary between the board and the initiator and sponsor. I don't know the specific details, but I can, for the board sponsor, but we do have a project level change process. For the board, I can say it'd be within 3 months because the board meets quarterly.
Okay, so let's say the board meets, and presumably you need to give material to the board ahead of the meeting so that they can review it and consider it.
Yeah.
And then there might be that presentation at the meeting. So presumably before that meeting, there had to be sort of a fair amount of leadway in order to have that material investigated, the investigation, the report prepared, provided to the board, and then to actually be heard. So you're saying that there's never a point where a project manager would identify an issue and that the quarterly meeting would go by and it would not actually be considered in that period. You know what I mean? So let's say it's a month until the board meeting, a project manager identifies a financial issue. Yeah. Are they going to be able to, do the work necessary in order to quantify that?
It depends on when they complete their investigation, but unlikely that if it's like 2 weeks to the board that we're going to be able to get it on the schedule. But they will identify the issue, they will do the investigation, they will need to do maybe an updated estimate to figure out what the cost impact is. So that will take time.
Okay.
And it's all part of the investigation. We can't report to the BCUC either at that point because
Right.
we don't know all the various impacts.
Okay. And how long do those types of updates, when you've got a major sort of, when you've got a financial change, something that you would normally report to the Utilities Commission or to the board at BC Hydro, how long do those updates for financial estimates take?
I can't speak to that. I don't know exactly how long each one takes.
Presumably
updating
it's
the
not a
cost
short period
estimate?
of time, though,
Sorry?
is it?
I don't know. It's not my area of expertise. I can't speak to it.
Okay. Is there anybody here who can speak to that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Okay. It would actually be helpful to have that kind of information. I'm not sure. Are we able to ask for undertakings at an SRP?
The SRPs, the evidentiary record is closed before the rendering of final argument or argument by BC Hydro.
Perhaps, Ms. Worth, if you could just restate what you're looking for, I'll make a note if we are able, perhaps on the break, to come up with an estimate for you. We can come back with that if you want to just restate one more time.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Sanvey. I'm looking for an indication of the length of time it would take for BC Hydro's team to put together the package that they would put to whichever level of governance is going to make an ultimate decision on either financial changes or a change in the in-service date or a scope change.
Great, thank you. We'll try and get that for you on the break.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanvey.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Worth. There will be an opportunity for cross-examination by interveners later on all aspects of BC Hydro's request for modifications. It will follow the normal order. This is related to the actual slide deck that we've just seen. So is this something that relates to that? Because Mr. Craig also has a question, I believe.
Yeah, it's difficult for me to sort of differentiate between what is related to the slide deck and what is, I guess, sort of something that should be delayed. I'm happy to delay all of my questions to the period that was set aside for cross-examination. It's just, I'm trying to get background information. So I guess maybe I'll stand down at this time, Madam Chair, and then I'll be asking questions later on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Craig, you've been very patient.
Thank you. David Craig, CRAIG, with the CEC. My question is on the bottom line here, where you are making potential changes to scope. I want to clarify that scope includes changes to benefits, changes to impacts, because in the summary that you made for a description of it, you don't include those. You just include cost and schedule.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
In the summary that you made of the process of reporting material change, you include cost and schedule.
Yes.
But you don't say anything about the benefits, the impacts that you might have, changes to risks, et cetera. A whole suite of other things that are in the CPCN stage talked about. So, I think they would be material changes, but you haven't described them as such. So I just want to clarify that when you say extent objectives have changed, that includes all of those things.
That the scope of the project has outlined impacts, the objectives, the impacts and the benefits. Is that the question?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's fair.
It does include all those?
Yes.
Good. Second question is, prior to a change in the scope being confirmed to the Utilities Commission, internally, there'll be identification of threats to those changes becoming material enough that they need to be changed, correct?
We'll identify the risk, yes.
Yes, so first there's a threat to those things, and your project manager identifies those and starts raising them through the approval process.
Yes.
And through the approval process, there's actions taken sometimes to help resolve those threats.
Yes.
Or not able to resolve them, so then you need to make a change.
Yes, they'll be raised to the different governance
Right.
levels, yeah.
So my question in terms of the BCUC information and oversight is, wouldn't it be in the public interest for the BCUC to see the record of these threats as they occur and have the explanation when a scope change comes that that's the evolution of that threat, and so that they could also see the threats that you are getting resolved, and particularly it's the threats that are potentially material. So I think it would be in the public interest for the Commission to have line of sight to that as that's happening in their reporting process. They need to understand, I believe, what kinds of threats are occurring and how you're resolving them or not resolving them, and understand that whole process as you go. And you're doing it all internally, so I don't think it's anything extra. But I think it would be material to have the Commission in the timelines of your processes informed, as opposed to a year later, when you will report everything that was happening.
Maybe I'll take this one. I think, Mr. Craig, the cadence that you're describing would likely be a fairly marked increase in the frequency of the reporting in terms of how often we would be reporting to be able to achieve that cadence. And I think our caution would be that as we look ahead at the number of major projects that have gone already and we expect to continue to be filed with the Commission going forward, that would add up to a very, very substantial number of regular reports going across to the Commission. I believe there is an IR that references on the basis of the major projects already reviewed by the Commission and the semi-annual frequency, so this wouldn't be even including material changes. I think I saw the number 36 reports over the next fairly close period here. And so any additional major projects would be on top of that. And then if there was to be an increase in the frequency of reporting, there would be an increase on top of that. And I think at a certain point you get to a level of filings going back and forth that I would expect would be difficult for both parties to manage, just in terms of the amount of paper being exchanged.
So there's a certain cost in terms of what you're talking about, but we're talking about material threats to the project when they're being identified. And so I'm assuming that you don't have material threats that would potentially change the scope and the actions of the project going on all the time. They should be relatively rare, but then you have a process for resolving them. And I'm more concerned about the materiality of consequences than I am about, is there a little more paperwork to ensure that the Commission understands what kinds of threats are going on and how they're being resolved. Like, that to me seems to be a very big material public interest issue, and how we get the Commission informed is an administrative thing, and we could work on making that as efficient as possible. But I think from a public interest point of view, having the Commission in the dark for a long time while a threat to a project is emerging is not in the public interest.
I think the only thing I would add, Mr. Craig, is that there is that annual reporting frequency, and so I think, in our view, that's an appropriate level of frequency when coupled with the material change, which would allow for the material change which would identify that a material change has occurred. Maybe the only other thing I would add is just that on any project there are many things that could result in a material change. Whether they will or will not is another matter, but in terms of risks that are actively being managed on a daily basis by the project team, there are many such risks, I think, with any such major project, and those risks are identified in the application and then subsequently reported on in the annual reports or semi-annual reports, as is the case currently.
Yeah, thanks. I don't need to go any further. I think I have a clear understanding of your view, and I think you have a clear understanding of my view. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Craig. Mr. Sandeep, I just have a follow-up question to the number of reports that you say are anticipated. The 36, I believe, currently.
Yes.
Does that comprise right now of your estimate of semi-annual as well as annual reports for major projects that you have in the pipe? 36, is that correct?
Yes, I just found the reference here. There may be others that speak to this in more detail, but the one I have in front of me right now is response to commercial energy consumers IR 1.5.1, and we noted that based on, I believe it's the forecast major project applications the number of semi-annual reports that BC Hydro would expect to file, presumably, I would think, between when this response was drafted and it says here the end of calendar 2026 is approximately 36 reports.
And what is your estimate of, if we were to accept your proposal to eliminate semi-annual reports and go with material change reports, what's your expectation of the reduction in number of reports? From 36 to what, based on your history of filing material change reports for projects that have been ongoing?
So to date, we have filed 2 material change reports across 5 major projects that are that have been approved by the Commission. The reduction from semi-annual to annual obviously is straightforward. That's a reduction in half. In terms of how many the material change report adds, beyond the reference that so far we've done 2, I think it's a bit difficult to know for sure, well, how many of those would you have? Obviously, it would vary from project, but hopefully the 2 to date across 5 give some helpful reference anyway in terms of the potential volume. So I think we would see it potentially being a reduction, but specifically how much, I think maybe hard to say. The only other point I would make is I think it's not just the reduction in effort that's motivating our proposal here. I think it really is. We think that the requirement the Commission's come up around with regards to material change reporting is an improvement. We think it's better than semi-annual reporting, and so we're really trying to find a way to kind of take the benefits of that approach and then maintain the annual.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sandu. I know that we've been going on now for an hour and a half, and I think the witness panel probably would appreciate a break. In addition, you've got a matter that you need to follow up on with respect to Ms. Worth's request. So why don't we take a 15-minute break, if that's okay, and we'll come back, and then we will then call on BCUC staff to begin with the cross-examination, followed by interveners. All right? So let's come back at 10:15. Thank you.
Mr. Craig is gone for the day.
Oh, okay. The answer is no.
It would be a long wait.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break. Do you want to say anything, Mr. Sandy, or do you want to wait till later? I'm in your hands.
Yes, thank you. Three quick things. We've talked about it over the break. So first, with regards to Ms. Worth's question, how long does it take to prepare the package for board approval? So typically, the process of preparing the materials and that process includes all of the applicable governance steps along the way in terms of the approvals that would need to be secured prior to the board. That's about a 2-month process that's accommodated within the typical quarterly reporting cycle of the board. Now, I think important to note that there are ways that can be sped up if necessary. There also are opportunities to have the board meet off-cycle if necessary. So I think, Ms. Worth, you were exploring in some instances, well, what happens if something happens and the board meeting's in 2 weeks, and do you have to wait? And there have been cases where we will call off-cycle board meetings so that we're not getting caught in that kind of a situation where, well, you just missed that instance, and so now you're all have to wait another 3 months. The board, for example, does meet on a monthly basis with regards to the Site C project, and so that often provides a fairly convenient date around which, if there are other matters, the board can also be brought up to speed on those. One other part on that question with regards to preparing a new financial estimate specifically, it can vary. So if you think about a change in the contract price, that's pretty straightforward and can be just inserted in. But if there's a change in the project that requires re-engineering or more field studies, then that work actually has to be done first before the new cost estimate can be put together, and that could be a process of a few months to get that engineering work done and field study work done to create that new cost estimate. So that was one update we had. The second thing we thought we would just mention, and unfortunately Mr. Craig is not here, but just with regards to Mr. Craig's inquiry around, do the project objectives include benefits and impacts? And Ms. Umeni indicated that yes, they do. That is correct in the context of project benefits, and so the clarity there being that a change to an environmental impact of the project, for example, would not be captured within the project objectives. That would be separate. And then the third, Commissioner Everett, we were speaking on the break, you had expressed with regards to the objective criteria that it was vague and some concern there. And whether this will fully address your concern or not, I'm not sure, but perhaps it will help. There are some words in what BC Hydro suggested right now that says, thereby triggering an update to the board of directors. And we were not intending for those words to be read as additional criteria. In other words, suggesting that there may be things that would not trigger. It was more meant to be read as a therefore, and therefore it would. And so I think for simplicity, we could just drop those words, thereby triggering an update to the board of directors, and simplify the criteria to the initial words, that if there's a change to the objectives, then that is a material change. That was all we had in terms of lead-off items.
Thank you, Mr. Sandy. Is this in relation to the updates?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you then. Please go ahead, Mr. Weaver.
Thanks, Mr. Sammy. Chris Weaver, WAFER. Just in terms of Mr. Craig's query around what was within the parameters of scope and the benefits and impacts being within the parameter, I think what you've done is sort of dialed that back a little bit with that explanation. So can you just elaborate a bit? And I mean, if something is identified as a benefit and impact and the project changes such that the benefit of impact is not going to occur, that's not a scope change, is what you're saying?
I think what we were just trying to clarify was that, so if you think of the three as kind of working together, so if a project is defined by its in-service date, its authorized cost, and then the objectives, the benefits that it is going to achieve, what would not be included in that, for example, would be if the project were to be having an environmental impact that perhaps was different than originally anticipated for some reason or another, that would not, in our view, be captured by one of those three things in and of itself.
But if there is so that's an identification of a benefit that may have been identified that doesn't occur, but you're saying, well, now that's not a change of scope. We don't go to the commission. So how do we define what benefit and impacts fall within a change of scope or not?
Yeah, so the way that we would think of it is a project is trying to achieve certain benefits, and when we say impacts in the context of what we're saying would not be included, it would be impacts that are happening as a result of that project being advanced. And so the purpose of the project is not to cause those impacts, but as a result of the project happening, it's causing those impacts. So an undesirable environmental impact, for example, it's a fact of the project that it's going to cause that impact. It didn't set out to do it. It's not an objective of the project, but it's something that's happening. We just wanted to clarify that that wasn't included. I think one of the key things to note with regards to those types of impacts is that there are other regulatory agencies that govern those. And so with regards to environmental impacts, BC Hydro does have regular regulatory reporting relationships, not with the commission, but with the agencies responsible for making sure that we're upholding our commitments with regards to those impacts.
Okay, I think I understand. You were carving out environmental impacts as not an example, but the specific one that's otherwise covered by other agencies, so it doesn't need to be reported to the commission. You were making a general comment where we're going to decide whether the impact or the benefit should be in or out of scope in terms of whether we have to report to the commission or not. It was environmental you were focusing on, as that's not within the benefit criteria that may or may not require you to go to the commission.
I think and apologies if by clarifying we've made it less clear, but I think what we were trying to just wrestle with was impact in our view is a pretty broad term, and we didn't want to leave any misunderstanding on the part of what that would include. And so anything, hopefully this is clear, anything that impacts the project objectives, yes, would be included, would be part of what we would see as material change reporting. We just wanted to be clear that impacts in other ways, one might use the word, if it was an impact that was happening apart from the project objectives, that wasn't intended to be captured, and we used environmental as an example of that. Whether that's an exhaustive example, I'm not sure it is, but that was all we were trying to do, and perhaps that wasn't a helpful clarification, but.
Well, I think it will leave it to argument, but I think it just raises the sort of subjectivity and the amount of discretion BC Hydro is holding with respect to when and if it will go to the commission on a scope change. So we don't need to go further. I have a better understanding of what you clarified. The concern is still there, but thank you for your answer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weaver. And now I think I'm going to call on the BCUC staff who have some questions for the BC Hydro witness panel.
Thank you. Avery Jones, Jones, BCUC staff. A witness aid was distributed during the break. Hopefully everybody has a copy of that. I'll be referring to some pages in there while we go through the questions, and hopefully that's helpful. On page 1 of the witness aid, there's a copy of Appendix A to Order C622, which lays out the requirements for reporting ordered in the approval of the CPCN for the Bridge River 1 Units 1 to 4 generator replacement project. Does everybody have that available?
Yes.
Great. And on page 3 of the witness aid, BC Hydro explains the effort and cost to prepare the project progress reports, which I think we've spoken to earlier today. Later in the same IR response, talks about the sequential process steps of review that the progress reports go through before they're submitted to the BCUC. So what I'm trying to understand here is the scope of information and the cost of the project progress reports BC Hydro is providing in comparison to the scope of information directed to be provided in the order granting the CPCN or approving the expenditure schedule. So in the page 1 of the witness aid, there are 3 bullets there in the semi-annual progress reports. Could you speak to the effort and cost required to generate the first of those 3 items, which is the actual costs incurred to date breakdown and the explanation of significant variances?
We don't track the cost of doing this report separately. And so the high-level estimate was looking broadly at developing the report, so I can't speak to specific bullets or specific sections or tables.
If that's the case, how did you get to 350 to 500 hours at a cost of $42,000 to $60,000 for doing a semi-annual progress report?
So as I mentioned during the presentation, it was based on the number of participants that are engaged in the process and an estimate of the hours, effort in hours per participant. And the dollar amounts was the hours times our blended standard labor rate. It was a high-level estimate. It wasn't based on tracking as the progress reports were being developed.
So which project, for instance, did you use as the template or to provide this estimate?
We were using the progress reports we filed since October last year, which would be the main wiring substation upgrade project report and the Bridge River 1 project progress report.
Okay, so maybe I could ask the question in a broader way.
Okay.
Considering the $42,000 to $60,000 cost and the amount of information provided in reports to date, compared to the 3 bullets listed in what's directed, could you give us an idea of the difference in the level of effort and cost if the report was limited to just these 3 items? Would it cost roughly half as much? You know, a range would be fine, an estimate would be fine. We're just trying to get an idea of where we're at today and what has been directed, and thank you.
What I feel comfortable talking about, because I can't produce any numbers off the fly, I would say that the status of identified risks and update to the risks included in the table, as we include every risk that we have identified in the application, or if any new executive level risk is included, does take some substantial amount of effort and time. The cost variances could take substantial amount of effort and time because we need to now track down and understand and explain them and, you know, provide a good summary, and then they get reviewed by finance. But producing the numbers out of the system, just the table itself, don't take time, but it's the explanation and the update and the of that information that could take some time. Would it take the 350 to 500 hours? No, because we're already seeing a reduction in effort by paring down on the scope on the other sections.
Okay, and also in the witness aid, we included a copy on page 18 of the revised project progress report you provided on Tuesday with the the black-lined version.
Yes.
With the changes of your new template compared to the old. Could you give us an idea of the effort and cost to generate that one compared to the prior one before the black lining?
The black line is just a comparison of, right?
Right, like, so the one that you submitted
Oh, the
to
new
the
template
BCUC?
version?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
new template version, that would be less effort and cost. Is
That would be less
correct?
effort, right?
Could you
But
give
we-
us a sense of the
Sorry.
difference?
we started from the one that we already filed, so it's just paring back the information, right? It's not like we developed it from scratch. So we just said, here's the one we filed, here's the information we'll no longer include. So it's not the same comparison as developing it from scratch. I think the 2 progress reports that are currently underway that will be filed in December will give us a good sense. We are already seeing some reduction in effort. I got an email from a colleague yesterday saying, we're done ahead of time, ahead of schedule. So we're already seeing those gains. I'll say maybe about 30%, but that's just a guess.
And you spoke earlier in the discussion about the other reports that you provide to other levels of management, including the board. And here on page 3 of the witness aid, after you discuss the amount of effort, you talk about the process steps to produce the progress reports. I noted 4 levels of review in those process steps. Could you speak to whether those process steps are required if the information is just pulled from other reports that you already generate to other levels of internal management, or whether those levels of review would still be required if your report was just limited to the 3 bulleted items from page 1 of the witness aid in the directed information from the BCUC? We're trying to get a sense of the levels of review required and where those are required.
So I will speak to the review 1 and 2, and then Joe will speak to 3 and 4. Review 1 and 2 will still be required. The review 1 are functional managers, and they're responsible for ensuring that the information included in the report is accurate. So from a responsibility perspective, they should review what is going out. Review 2 are also regulatory, legal, estimating, finance. We have all these numbers in there. We're reporting out on costs that were produced by the finance group. So they also have a responsibility in ensuring that our variance explanation and that the information we've included is correct. So that will stay.
Joe Maloney, M-A-L-O-N-E-Y. With review levels 3 and 4, review level 3, you're looking generally at the Vice President of Project Delivery, you're looking at other directors in the organization, and with review level 4, you have the Executive Vice President across various key business units or line of businesses, rather. And so review level 4 would typically be your initiator and sponsor. Review level 3 would be directors with a vested interest in the project. These levels of leadership have accountability for the project, and we take our reporting to the BCUC, very seriously. We're conscientious of what goes into the report, so we'd expect that these levels would still continue going forward, and I expect these levels would want to review these reports going forward.
Thank you. Could you help me explain why 4 levels of internal review are warranted? I think I understand who does what level. And as a sub-question of that, could you explain whether you could do fewer levels of review, like say the first 2 levels followed by processing and filing? I'd just like to understand this a little bit better.
Maybe I'll start, Chris Sanvey, SAN-DVE, and see if Chinwe and Joe have things to add. I think with regards to reviews level 3 and 4, there is a fair bit of flexibility in terms of how that review occurs and is delegated. So I'll use myself as an example. I'm referenced there. I do not review every capital progress report that goes to the commission. I review some. I'll make a determination depending on whether it's the first one that we've done on that project, what I'm aware of in terms of how that project is progressing, in terms of whether I need to be doing a review, and if I am doing a review, am I just quickly skimming it, or am I actually doing a more in-depth review? In other cases, I will be fully delegating down to my team and not actually looking at what's provided. So I think when we put files forward to the commission, as Joe mentioned, we always want to start with the 4 levels in the sense that we think it's important, our executive feels it's important that they are aware of what's going to the commission. Our executive wants to be aware that something is being filed and what that is. But I think there are many cases where that that review already does get delegated down, and if executives or directors feel that, for whatever the case may be, that, as you said, the information is already existing in other areas that they would have seen it already and just being repackaged, that review does get delegated down or rationalized based on that.
Okay. And can you please also confirm that these 4 levels of internal review are not something the BCUC has ever ordered BC Hydro to do?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on, I'd like to turn to pages 5 through 7 of the witness aid, which includes BC Hydro's response to BCUC IR 1.4.4.1. And on these 3 pages, BC Hydro provides the frequency and distribution of recurring reporting on the status or progress of power systems, properties, and technology projects. And I won't read out the whole table. I think we have this before us. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you explain whether the quarterly reports to the board on the major projects could substantively meet the requirement for progress reporting to the BCUC?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Could you explain whether the quarterly reports to the board could substantively meet the requirement for progress reporting to the BCUC?
No, it will not. It's a one-page summary where we provide an update, a summary update of what's going on in the project.
And what would that summary update include?
It's a summary status update on project costs, schedule, scope, safety, environment, and Indigenous relations. And it really depends on what's happening in that quarter. That would be highlighted more than.
And this is different from what the BCUC has directed because the project risks are not included?
The project risks are not included. The variance explanation is not included. A table listing the cost compared to the cost estimate included in the application is not included. When we report to the board, we report based on the funding the board has approved, which is after the estimate after the one that was developed and put in the application.
Thank you. Just a second.
Okay.
Could you clarify the different cost that you mentioned there that the board has approved?
So we have a preliminary cost estimate that goes into the application in the definition phase of a project. Once the project gets approval, or we then develop a cost estimate for the implementation phase, which is the first full funding. That estimate is what we report to the board and track for the board. But the order requires us to keep reporting to the BCUC based on the cost estimate. So if there's no difference in the cost estimate, it's the same. If there's a difference in the cost estimate, you will see it in the annual report in the forecast changes, but we don't include the preliminary design cost estimate from the BCUC application in reporting to the board.
Could you explain how often those are different?
I can't, how often are they different? I don't know. Like time, I don't know. I would give an example, like the BR1 project, the authorized cost is the same. PKSP and John Hart, it will be the same because we had an opportunity to do the evidentiary update, which reflected more the first full funding estimate that we would have used. I believe in Mainwaring, it was different. And we did report it in the annual. We did include it in the annual report and report against it.
And if the authorized cost changed, that would be a material change report to the BCUC, is that correct?
In our amended proposal, but in the proposal, in the order that we were going by, when Mainwaring was submitted and released and so far, it would have to change more than 10%.
Okay,
Right?
thank you.
Yeah.
Moving along a little bit, if the BCUC was to create and provide a template for progress reporting, would that be something that would be helpful?
It depends on the template and if we're engaged and consulted, because, I'm assuming a template that would work for all the utilities would probably need to be flexible. But yeah, if we're engaged and consulted, I don't see any objection to that.
Is that something that would perhaps streamline costs and effort on BC Hydro's side?
It's hard to say without seeing the template, right?
Okay, I'd like to, oh, go ahead.
I believe Commissioner Denier has a follow-up question.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Anna Denier, BCUC Commissioner. Kind of looking at the other way, would there be an opportunity for BC Hydro to provide the BCUC with a template that would then streamline the production of such reports, so that it won't cost the amount that they currently cost?
We hope we've done so with the new template version we've provided, but we're open to any feedback you have on that template that we provided. I think we filed on Tuesday, and so that's our hope to streamline the process. But any feedback we have of information that the BCC does not consider helpful, we'll remove it. We're trying to provide information that's helpful.
And to just to clarify, the new template still requires, or it appears to require, 4 levels of review. So would there be a template that wouldn't require those, that type of effort?
Well, I'll say review 1 and review 2 will always be there. And that's just because our costs don't come in until workday 20, workday 13, which is usually around the 21st of a month, right? So we do the first review just so that we're not holding everything until the costs come in. When the costs come in, we have a couple of weeks to get that cost updated, do the variance, and file it. So that's why we have review 1 and review 2. Those could be merged if we had more time after the costs came in to file a report.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on, I'd like to discuss the possibility of applying a different approach to progress reporting for different types of projects. So could you discuss the advantages and disadvantages to having a different frequency of reporting for technologies and buildings projects? For example, an annual progress report for those, even if semi-annual progress reporting frequency was maintained for the major power system projects.
I think having an annual frequency for information technology and buildings would in our view be an improvement with regards to those projects. If I think of it holistically and think, are there any particular pros and cons to having one category that's annual and one category that's something else? I'm not sure that there's anything specific that would come into play other than our view that annual would be appropriate in the case of the power system as well. But I'm not sure that there's any particular pros and cons that stem from one category having one frequency and one category having a different frequency.
Thank you. That concludes my questions on progress reporting. I'd like to talk now about material change reporting. The first part I'd like to discuss is the scope of events that trigger the filing of a material change report. And BC Hydro did a great job on its presentation pulling up the table with the changes. I don't know if we could pull that slide up again for reference. It might be helpful.
Is it possible for us to show on the large screen as well,
Yes.
so everyone can follow? I'm not
Yes.
sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a clarification, if we could turn to page 11 of the witness aid, which is an excerpt from BCUC IR 1.4.1. I note that the criteria for material change report for technology projects is different. And it's listed here in the 3 bullets. compared to the proposed criteria for power systems and buildings projects listed on the slide? Does everybody have that? Yeah.
Yes.
Could you explain why BC Hydro is requesting two different definitions of material changes? One for power systems and buildings projects and a different definition for technology projects?
Chris Sanvey, SAN DVE. Maybe I'll start and Mr. Maloney may have more to add. As Commissioner Fung highlighted earlier, I think the driving objective of these changes is we're trying to align the reporting framework with the Board of Directors reporting framework to try to achieve some efficiencies. And in the case of information technology projects, the financial approval authority that triggers the Board of Directors to be involved with regards to technology projects is $75 million. Below $75 million is an approval authority that is vested within the President and CEO. And so within that context, there's not the same overlap between Board of Directors reporting and Commission reporting with regards to information technology projects, given the dollar threshold at which the Board of Directors comes into play with regards to technology projects. And so in that case, the criteria that exist for technology projects are manageable, and the alignment issue doesn't exist as it does in the case of power system.
Thank you. So why wouldn't you want to make them the same, though?
I think we could. I don't know that there's any reason why they couldn't just all be the same. We just didn't ask for it in this case because it hasn't been creating an issue in our view, but because of that threshold. But you certainly could.
Thank you. So referring to the table on the screen for the proposed amendments for power systems and building projects, could you explain some examples of what would constitute a change in objectives for the project for BC Hydro? I know we had some discussion earlier. I'm just not sure what sorts of things might occur such that the objectives of a project would be different.
If I use the BR1 project as an example, the project is to address the condition of the generators, control systems, exciters, and governors at that facility to bring it up back to its nameplate. So if we opted not to replace the generator up to that capacity, or we added turbines, so it's a completely different project, that would impact the objectives that we hit, our stated objectives when we started the project.
Thank you. And do you have any examples of things that have actually occurred? Concrete examples where objectives of a project have changed?
I don't have any offhand, sorry.
Okay. Could you explain if a situation could arise where the project scope could change and the project objectives could remain unaltered, such that a material change report wouldn't be triggered here?
Yeah. So an example that I got from a PM, I'm not an engineer, so bear with me. So it would be if the addition to scope for this particular project, the BR1 project, replace the stator coolers rather than reuse the existing stator coolers. All the engineers in the room probably understand exactly what that means, but okay. So that would be an example of a scope change that would not change the objectives of the project.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. One further question on this. As we're all aware, a CPCN is granted for a specific project scope as per the application. Could you explain any sorts of risks that if the project scope is altered sufficiently such that the project is no longer really the same project that was approved, the BCUC could perhaps remain uninformed of the scope changes if it didn't trigger reporting to the BC Hydro Board, triggering a material change report? Is that something that could happen?
I don't think that's likely. I can't imagine a scenario where we completely change the project that would not trigger a reporting.
Perhaps stated another way, it certainly was not our intent with these criteria to create a situation where that would ever be the case. So our view would be no. As you say, the commission grants a CPCN for a project. Should there ever be a circumstance where there were to be a change such that BC Hydro was no longer advancing a project within the approvals and parameters set by the commission, absolutely the commission would be informed of that situation, and BC Hydro would not be advancing a project that it did not have an approval to advance.
Thank you. To move on, I'd like to discuss the due date for filing material change reports. I believe this was brought up earlier. If you'd like to have a reference to the witness aid, it's BCUCIR 1.4.1 on page 8 of the witness aid and page 10. At the top of page 8 of the witness aid speaks to the deadline for material change reports as directed by the BCUC of as soon as practicable and in any event within 30 days of the date on which a material change occurs. And on page 10, BC Hydro's proposal is that BC Hydro will file a material change report with the BCUC within 30 days of the change being approved by the appropriate authority within BC Hydro, and then goes on to state some justification for the change in wording. Do you see that?
I see the first reference. I apologize. I'm still trying
Sorry,
to find
the top of
the
page
second. Thank
10,
you.
just after the bullets.
Would help if I was looking at page 10 and not page 9. Thank you. Yes, we see that now.
I'm trying to understand how the change BC Hydro has proposed in deadlines for filing material change reports will affect when the BCUC receives notice that a material change has occurred. And I believe we discussed this a bit previously. Just to continue, could you explain any challenges BC Hydro has had with meeting the deadline as currently worded, which is as soon as practicable and in any event within 30 days of the material change occurring?
So in our view, I don't think we're suggesting this change to try to address any challenges that we've had in terms of meeting that date. Rather, what we're trying to do is just add some clarity. And so both dates reference, or both words reference 30 days. And I think the clarity that we're trying to bring with regards to the language that we've put forward is just that the appropriate approval authority is the trigger. And so that I think goes back to the conversation we were having earlier, but that's not an attempt to try to address any deadline challenge. I think it's more of a clarity issue.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Ms. Jones, I'm going to follow up with Mr. Sandy on this. I think that's my biggest challenge with respect to this proposal by BC Hydro, and that is it leaves me with the impression that there is never going to be a material change unless that material change has previously been approved by the Board of Directors of BC Hydro. And that's really not the intent of the reporting requirement that the BCUC is, trying to get at. We want to know, as Mr. Craig said earlier, how you're managing material risks to schedule, to costs, and to scope. And to the extent that they become elevated to such an extent that they actually may qualify for material changes. We want to learn about that as soon as possible so that we can help you to manage those risks if we can, or authorize changes in it if we feel is needed. And really, you've kind of put it in the opposite way now here, because it seems to me there's an incentive based on the wording you've provided here that until there has been approved by the board of directors, there is no material change, so I don't need to tell you about it. That the incentive is almost on the BC Hydro part of management to try to limit material changes to the extent possible. And that's not what we're trying to encourage on the part of BC Hydro. We are trying to encourage you to come forward as soon as possible when there are potential serious problems of a project that requires intervention for us to help you address that. That's where I'm having a real hard time with, as I said, what's being proposed here for material change reports. Because it seems to me you're trying to limit the scope of filing of material changes and keep us in the dark. And I'll be honest here, because that's the impression I'm getting, keeping us in the dark until it becomes really serious and blows up after the fact, after the board of directors have looked at it and say, yes, there is a material change, there's a real problem, you better tell the BCUC about it within 30 days of the board approving the material change. And I may be unfair for me to characterize it that way, but that's the impression that I'm getting from your proposal. So perhaps you can just explain to me, maybe I'm looking at it in the wrong way, but that's what I'm grappling with.
Yes, thank you. I think maybe one thing I'll spend some time on, we did this yesterday as we were preparing for this session. We just kind of walked through actually it's here, so we can do it with it on the screen. So we walked through the three rows on the table and just talked about what the differences were and where there was more or less of scrutiny, if you want to put it that way. So with regards to the first one, the criteria that's in place today from the Commission as to what a material change is greater than 6 months, but with regards to any of the milestones in the table. And so what we put forward is 3 months, which would be a greater level of scrutiny, if I could use that term, but only with regards to the in-service date. And I think the reason that we are proposing to make that shift is, as Ms. Uemi spoke to earlier, in our view, there are contingencies built into the project schedule that are designed for the project team to be used. That is the intent, is for them to be used to manage some of those more upstream milestone activities. And so in our view, when it becomes material is really when it starts to impact the project in service date. So those are the differences there. On the second one, I think in our view, it's actually a more stringent criteria. The authorized costs, again, it can't change unless the appropriate approval authority says it changes. But in the case of the original criteria today, it has to be a 10%. But under our criteria, we're saying any change could be $1 over the authorized cost would need to be reported as a material change to the Commission. So that's actually a I think greater level of scrutiny in that case. And then I think on the third one, we were really trying to just bring clarity, as Ms. Uemi spoke to earlier. What constitutes project scope, I think, has been a bit undefined, or perhaps not undefined, but a bit broad in certain cases. Ms. Uemi mentioned the case of Mainwaring and the entire Chapter 4 kind of being considered scope, and so we were trying to think of how to introduce a bit more specifics into that to be clear about what is meant by scope. And I think frankly, it illuminated for us a responsibility on our part going forward in project applications to make sure that we're doing more in the applications to be explicit and clear about when we're talking about objectives and scope and how that would relate to the project reporting. So if I think about it all in there, I guess my summary would be, I think there are cases where the criteria we put forward is a higher level of scrutiny than what is currently in place, and there are cases where it perhaps is less so, and really what we're trying to do is just achieve some alignment for efficiency purposes. But I'll go back to the idea of saying that a material change hasn't approved until the appropriate approval authority has put their approval is certainly not on our part an attempt to create a disincentive for reporting to the Commission or to create circumstances that would result in less information going to the Commission. I think it is simply a reflection of the governance process that exists within BC Hydro, that a change can't occur unless the approval authority grants that approval. And I think for us, that's just factual. The project team is not empowered to change their budget. They are not empowered to change their in-service date. They can't do those things without the authorization of the appropriate approval authority.
But the practical effect of your proposal, and I'm just reading strictly from your response on page 10 of the witness aid, is that BC Hydro will file a report with the BCUC of a material change meeting the above criteria, assuming I agree with your argument that your criteria is more stringent than what already the BCUC is requiring you to do, within 30 days of the change being approved by the appropriate authority within BC Hydro. Does that not result in a further delay? Like, the material change has already occurred. By the time the board gets around to approving it, as the executive, part of the executive team, and then within 30 days of that, you're going to tell us about it. Like, why, other than the governance requirements within BC Hydro, why would you not tell the BCUC right away? Because I don't know when the board will actually approve it, if ever. So if the board says, no, we don't agree with this material change, we'll never get insight into how you've managed that risk to avoid it become a material change in the view of the board.
So I actually don't think what we're proposing is any different today in terms of the original criteria. So if I look at the original criteria, for example, the total project cost exceeds 10% of the estimated project cost. That, if we just stuck with that wording today and stuck with the wording that is currently in place today, that does not occur unless the board authorizes it to occur. And so the wording that is in place today also would mean that it wouldn't be until after the board had authorized the change to the budget that we would inform the Commission, because up and until the board has authorized the change to the budget hasn't changed. So I think, as I say, I think our intent in putting those words in was not to introduce a new level of subjectivity or filter, but simply to reflect that's actually one that is already in place today, because the budget can't change until the board changes it.
I'm not going to beat this to death, Mr. Sandy. We have a difference of opinion on what the current criteria currently requires you to do and when that change actually occurs. So let's just leave it at that at the moment. So sorry to interrupt, Ms. Jones. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to expand a little bit about timelines involved when a material change occurs, with some concrete dates perhaps. Could you explain the deadlines involved in reporting to the appropriate authorities when a material change occurs? For example, if something happened to delay the in-service date or one of these other items, say on January 1st, when would BC Hydro report that to the appropriate authority?
So generally, the project gate board is on an as-needed basis, and so there isn't a set cadence to the timing. If the project team determines that they need to pull the gate board together and seek an approval from the initiator or sponsor, they do that as they need to.
So if I'm the project manager and things are going over budget, when do I tell somebody that that's happening? Right away, the next day, by the end of the month? I'm just trying to get a sense of that.
Okay, so we have a monthly progression that the PMs do, where they go through their budget schedule and see where they are. And then we have a change control practice that guides the steps after they have identified a change or a change has arisen. The risk of a change has arisen. And sorry, you're talking about reporting or approving? Or are we just...
I'm trying to get a
using
sense of the
interchangeable?
timelines involved here. So a material change has happened. The project manager's aware of it. They go to this meeting.
Yeah.
They have to get approval up the chain
Yeah.
to the board level, it sounds like,
For
of this
cost.
change occurring.
Yeah.
How long does that take? Like, if the change is identified on January 1st, when does the board get told? And then after that, when does the board approve it? And then after that, when does the BCUC get notified? I'd just like to understand the delays in the notification process to the BCUC, considering all these steps that are required, that I'm starting to understand a little bit better thanks to today.
Okay, so if a change, the risk of a change has been identified, as we mentioned earlier, we need to do site investigations, update the cost estimate, and that will all take time. We can't report to anybody because we don't really know what exactly the impacts are yet. Once that has been, the cost estimate is developed, the impacts have been, as to the schedule has been confirmed, at that point, we will then go through the different governance levels. Chris had mentioned earlier that we can have an off-cycle board meeting. So there's flexibility in terms of the timing from that point forward. It could be a month. If it's just initiator and sponsor, we can get it approved within 2 weeks, right? So there is some flexibility in that timing depending on what the change is. But the investigation and updating the cost estimate, if it's a change to the budget, need to occur. From that point forward, there is flexibility in the timeline.
I'm still sort of struggling to understand how the deadlines BC Hydro has proposed are different than the deadlines the BCUC has proposed for these material change reports. If you're saying a material change doesn't occur until it is approved by the board, say, and then you notify the BCUC within 30 days of that, is that not the exact same as what the BCUC already has as its
Yeah.
deadline? So why is the change being sought?
So we're not, as Mr. Sammy said, we're not seeking a change. We're just clarifying that this is when the changes occurred to BC Hydro. It's not different.
Put another way, I mean, we're seeking a change in terms of we've added or changed the wording, but the intent of the wording was not to change the practice or change the deadline. In our view, yes, the deadlines are the same.
Thank you, that's helpful. Okay, the next question I have is about the proposed changes to the John Hart Seismic Dam project material change reports. So if you'll turn to page 15 of the witness aid, we have here the response to BCO APO IR 1.6.2, where BC Hydro submits that there is no benefit to having a separate material change report for accessing the special reserve for the John Hart Dam seismic project because, and there's 3 bullets here. Special reserves are included in the project cost estimate that is examined during proceeding and have been considered as part of their approval. The BCUC will be informed of any access to the special or project reserve in periodic progress reports, and accessing the special reserve does not change the total project cost estimate. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm trying to understand how the change BC Hydro has proposed would result in changes to the dates when the BCUC would be aware that a situation like accessing the special reserve has occurred. In a hypothetical situation where BC Hydro needs to access the special reserve just after filing a progress report, which BC Hydro proposes to be annually, could you please explain when the BCUC would be notified of this material change under BC Hydro's proposals?
The special reserves is part of the authorized cost. So material change to us is exceeding the authorized cost. So a drawdown on the special reserve is not considered a material change. So you will see it in the next annual progress report.
So the answer to my question would be in 1 year, is that correct?
A drawdown to the reserve, yes.
And under the BCUC directed reporting, it would be a material change. Therefore, it would be within 30 days of accessing the special reserve that BCUC would be notified. Is that correct?
That's not the way that I read that. It says project cost is outlined in the table, which would be the authorized cost. I think the cost we're looking at in my reading of it is the same, authorized cost.
I don't have the actual. Sorry, just 1 second. Sorry, maybe we're just going to move on and come back to this. Going back to material changes and needing approval by the board before they're submitted as material change reports to the BCUC, could you explain what would happen if a project manager or other person within BC Hydro went to the board for approval of material change and it was not approved? Then the BCUC would not be notified that there was this risk to the project. Is that correct?
The BCUC will be notified in the annual report, but the change has not occurred. No change has occurred. It was not approved.
Thank you. I'd like to move now to discussing project completion reporting and the project completion and evaluation report, or the final report. On page 16 of the witness aid is a copy of page 4 of the cover letter to Exhibit B-1-1, which states BC Hydro is seeking an update to the 2018 guidelines and adjustments to the applicable directives regarding the 4 different projects, so that the final reports are due 3 months after review by BC Hydro's Board of Directors, rather than 3 months after substantial completion of the project, or 3 months after Board of Directors approval. Do you see that? Yeah.
Yes.
BCUC staff have noticed that there's a standard figure that BC Hydro provides in a number of project applications called the standard project life cycle, which we don't have in the witness aid today, but perhaps we could speak to it anyways, if that's all right. Perhaps you're familiar with it. The standard project life cycle contains a milestone that states that the board approves the PCER. We can confirm that this is in the Peace to Kelly Lake application, and I can give a page number if that's helpful. It's in the main Waring application, similarly the Lador application. The approval sought in this proceeding is that the board reviews and doesn't approve the PCER. I'm just trying to reconcile the discrepancy. Could you help us with an explanation?
The board reviews the PCER. The board does not approve the PCER.
So
The PCER
the standard project life cycle diagram is incorrect?
needs to be updated.
Okay, thank you. Are there any circumstances under which the board would approve the PCER, or it's always review?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on page 12 to 13 of the witness aid is BC Hydro's response to BCUC IR 1.4.6. The second page of that IR response, BC Hydro states, BC Hydro considers substantial project completion of a project to be when the project is placed in service. Projects can be placed in service with deficiencies and/or with contracts pending closure, and deficiencies is footnoted. The footnote states, a deficiency is an outstanding item to be completed or delivered, including physical work, material supply, or document deliverables. Further in the IR response, BC Hydro states that it's amenable to a shorter interval, 1 or 2 months, between Board of Directors review of the PCER and submission of the report to the BCUC, and states it should be noted that BC Hydro will continue to file periodic reports, either semi-annual or annual, until the project completion and evaluation report is submitted. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And on page 14 of the witness aid is BC Hydro's response to BCUC IR 1.4.8. The last paragraph on that page states the expectation is that outstanding deficiencies will be addressed and/or open contracts will be closed within 12 to 24 months of a project being placed in service. If it is anticipated to take longer than 24 months to address outstanding deficiencies and/or close out the pending contracts or complete stabilization, etc., internal approval is required. And operational constraints such as outage availability, resource limitations, energy demand, and weather patterns can cause a delay in addressing deficiencies beyond 24 months. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you please explain or define the project in-service date for a project with multiple components? For example, if a project is installing multiple generating units over the course of a few years, when would the project in-service date be relative to the in-service dates of individual components?
When the
How is-
last unit is in service.
Great. So the last major component generally would be the
Yes.
project in-service date?
Yeah.
Thank you. Could you please explain if BC Hydro would be amenable to tying the deadline of filing the PCER report to 24 months after the project's in-service date, rather than a period of time after the Board of Directors reviews the PCER?
We can't develop and finalize the PCER until deficiencies have been sufficiently addressed and open contracts have been closed. At that point, we're not, if we provide you something 24 months after and that hasn't happened, we won't be providing final cost. We'll be providing cost at that time. The PCR is an internally developed document. By providing it to the BCUC, we are able to use this one document for two purposes. And so, our practice is to develop the PCR after there has been sufficient addressing the deficiencies sufficiently, or accepting of whatever deficiencies are outstanding and contracts have been closed.
The IR response that I read there spoke about the expectation that outstanding deficiencies would be addressed and open contracts closed within 12 to 24 months of the in-service date, and that if it's going to take longer than 24 months, internal approval is required.
Yes.
Does it make sense to tie the internal approval to the BCUC submission deadline? Perhaps, is there a way that the proposed deadline for the PCER could be tied to the in-service date or some sort of concrete project milestone rather than tying it to when the board reviews it?
The expectation or the hope is that we address the deficiencies within 24 months, but has noted some of these things are not within the control of weather patterns or outage availability, so it may go over. So that's the only, I guess, constraint around tying it to the 24 months. We may not be able to provide, or whatever cost we provide at the time won't be the final cost included in the order because we still haven't been able to address all the deficiencies.
But normally the PCR would be done within 24 months? Is that
The practice is that they're done within 24 months, yes.
If it were to take longer than 24 months, could BC Hydro file an extension request for filing the BC
Yes, we could.
PCR?
Yes, we
Is
could.
that an option?
That's an option. That's an option.
Thank you. The last topic that I have to address, just a couple more questions, getting to the end, is the confidentiality of the project progress reports. On page 17 of the witness aid, which is a bit difficult to read the page number, apologies for that, is the confidentiality request in the cover letter to the Bridge River 1 Units 1 to 4 Generator Replacement Project Semi-Annual Progress Report Number 2, mouthful, which states BC Hydro writes in compliance with the Commission order to provide semi-annual progress report number 2. Commercially sensitive and conductor-specific information has been redacted pursuant to Section 42 of the Administrative Tribunals Act and Part 4 of the Commission's Rules for Practice and Procedure. A confidential version of the report is filed with the Commission under separate cover. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm trying to understand if the duration for confidential treatment of project progress reports could be consistently applied across BC Hydro's projects. Under the BCUC Rules of Practice and Procedure, if BC Hydro wishes to keep a progress report confidential or partly confidential, BC Hydro must file a request for confidentiality and, where possible, file a redacted version of the report that the BCUC may make publicly available. Could you please explain whether it would be reasonable for BC Hydro to apply a common duration for confidential treatment of its project progress reports across all projects, such as 2 years after the date of the PCER or something of that nature?
Yes, so we think it would be reasonable to have a standard, and we think 2 years is the appropriate standard. There may be situations where perhaps there are a need for exceptions, but we could certainly articulate that at the time if there were and seek that exception treatment. So yes, I think both standard and 2 years, as you suggest, in our view, is appropriate.
Thank you. Coming back to the question about the John Hart seismic dam project, project reserve access, it's the reference I was looking for is in Exhibit B-1-1, PDF, page 5, and I'm sorry, it's not in the witness aid. Yeah. Earlier, BC Hydro had submitted that the scope of material change reports should include accessing the special reserve, and that position has since changed. So what I was trying to understand earlier is about, under the current situation, my understanding is that accessing the special reserve would trigger a material change report, and under the proposals by BC Hydro here is that it would not. So the result of that would be if the special reserve was accessed just after filing an annual progress report, the BCUC wouldn't be notified till a year later versus getting notified within 30 days of that access occurring. Seems to be the difference to me, but perhaps I've misunderstood.
Sorry, could you repeat that? Just,
I got it.
okay, all right.
That's clear. I think so. Okay. I was just trying to understand things.
I'm not sure if it's helpful, but we were just discussing here that I believe there was a previous instance where BC Hydro had indicated a willingness for the John Hart project, treat access of the special reserve as a material change report to the commission and report on it as such. I think subsequent to that, we revised that in an effort to try to maintain the overall alignment between the various projects in terms of what would constitute a material change and would not. So if that's the point of comparison, then yes, in a situation where an access to the special reserve is treated as a material change, then that would be within 30 days relative to if it is not, which is our current proposal, that it's within the authorized cost and therefore not a material change. That would be within the annual or semi-annual report, as the case may be, depending on what's in place.
Thank you. That helps me by clarifying the approval sought as they stand today. Thank you. That concludes my questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Now, I'm going to rely on Mr. Barrett to call on the interveners in the order of appearances for their cross-examination of the witness panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll mention briefly before turning to the order of appearances. I'm not sure if this was mentioned before, so for the benefit of the record, the BCUC staff witness aid is available as Exhibit A2-3. So moving on to the order of appearances, first is the Residential Consumer Intervenor Association.
Thank you. Peter Helland, Helland, representing the Residential Consumer Intervenor Association. I have just a little bit more sympathy for lawyers who have their question order changed when other people ask better questions on a particular topic. So hopefully this won't be too disjointed as I try to fill in some of the holes. Most of the questions will refer to the witness aid provided yesterday. And additionally, I'll try to be clear about whether we're discussing the annual reports, material change reports, or more broadly speaking, project management reporting in general. So I'll try to keep the three topics somewhat separate because they have different, I have different interests and nuances I want to explore with each. So starting at sort of a high level project management in general, is the panel familiar with the Project Management Institute?
Yes.
And could you just briefly explain to the board what the Project Management Institute is? Very broad terms.
Okay.
I can't give testimony, so.
Oh, okay. So they established the practice for managing projects.
Excellent. I'm not trying to be tricky here. I'm an engineer. I'm really not that sophisticated. And would it be fair to say that they are one of the widely recognized industry bodies that establishes best practices?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So referring in the witness aid, going to page 7, starting with the second paragraph, and then moving into the third paragraph, which is shown in italics. The Project Management Institute's PMI trademark, a guide to the project management body of knowledge, PMBOK guide, and I will refer to it as PMBOK, defines the scope statement as follows. The narrative description of the project scope, including major deliverables, project objectives, project assumptions, project constraints, and a statement of work that provides a documented basis for making future project decisions and for confirming or developing a common understanding of project scope among the stakeholders. And then there's a reference, PMI 2004, page 370. Would that be a fair statement about a scope statement? Like, would that be a fair description of a scope statement, in your opinion?
Oh, it's a broad textbook definition, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then moving to page 3 of the witness aid, first paragraph, EVM, which is short for Earned Value Management, is a management methodology used in project management for integrating scope, schedule, and resources, for objectively measuring project performance and progress, and for forecasting project outcome. Would it be fair to say that the PMI believes that EVM is that? And I'm not trying to trick you here. I'll let you know that this is a footnoted PMI statement. I'm just trying to get material on the record.
If it's a footnoted PMI statement, I would say so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving to page 4 of the witness aid. So now we're starting to transition from sort of broad general conversation, even though we're still there, but starting to put one foot into the annual reporting. If we look at the, I guess I will count the second bulleted list. It lists a series of questions. Are we delivering more or less work than planned? When will the project finish? And it continues on and concludes with what is driving the significant cost and or schedule variances, a series of questions. Would it be fair to say that the annual report provided by BC Hydro seeks to answer these questions? And you can take them one by one if you like.
I would say yes.
Okay, excellent. And just going to the previous, the sentence immediately above that bulleted list, EVM can be used to answer questions that are critical to the success of every project, such as, once again, this would be the PMI's opinion, and once again, I'll let you know that it's footnoted. You can see what I'm doing here. So could you confirm that that's what PMI has said for me, please?
Yes.
Thank
based
you.
on the footnote.
Mr. Helen,
And there will be a,
I
Oh,
just
yes.
want to make sure that maybe coming to it, that you will ask the question, which I think is relevant here, which is, does BC Hydro use EVM as a principle for its project management? Because I think that is in the essence of what you're trying to establish.
yes, so I was trying to respect the scope of this hearing. I'm not trying to change BC Hydro's practice with regard to project reporting. I just want to establish what best practices is around what types of information get reported. So I was trying to thread a needle, but you've asked the question, so I would love to hear the
Yeah, I would be
answer.
interested in hearing the answer, please. Yeah. Does BC Hydro's project management process essentially reflect what Mr. Helen has just put to you as best practice? Or
So-
do you use something else altogether?
BC Hydro uses earned value management amongst its PM practices, project management practices. We have several project measurement tools to inform cost, schedule, and performance. These roll up into our overall project health indicator. So it's one piece of a larger bag of tools that we use to manage projects that roll up into our project health indicators.
Thank you very much. There you go, Mr. Helen.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Commissioner Fung.
Excuse me, Chris Bystrom, counsel for BC Hydro. I just wanted to make a point of clarification about this witness aid, as it becomes a little clearer to me what Mr. Helen's doing here. It's the last question to Ms. Umeni was whether the Project Management Institute stated certain things in this document. I believe Ms. Umeni's answer was, well, this is what it said. The footnote references Project Management Institute, but Mr. Helen has not established that the witnesses are familiar with these words, have seen them before, know for a fact that the Project Management Institute actually said these things, and that's fine. I just wanted to be clear that about what the testimony is so far. They're basically taking this witness aid as on its face, and as of yet haven't confirmed that they know that the PMI actually said these things.
I can accept that, having been on the stand and presented with material such as that, I understand. And then on page 11 of the witness aid, there's a table about 2/3 of the way down that says item and questions, and it lists plan value, earned value, actual cost, budget at completion, estimate at completion. Based on your previous answer, Ms. Umeni, these terms or items answer these questions. Would that be your understanding?
This is not my area of expertise, and I took my PMP exam a couple of years ago, so I don't remember all the definition. But yeah, I estimate at completion, I'm budget at completion, I'm familiar with that. Actual cost, I'm familiar with that. But the other two, I can't confirm now without going back to those textbooks.
Okay, would you know plan value as its other name of budgeted cost of work planned, and then earned value of budgeted cost of work performed? Are those more familiar terms?
It's been too long.
Okay.
I'm not the expert on this.
Okay, no, fair enough. And BCUC Council will be happy that I may be done in less than half an hour. Okay, Switching gears, now moving to the difference between the material change report and the annual report. And Chris, this is what I asked you for the clarification in the break, so I'm going to try to ask the question properly, but hopefully you can help me. So the intent of the material change report is to, or as proposed, is to notify the BCUC when approved material changes have occurred. As compared to the annual report, which would show risks, estimates of forecast of risk, and would be used for those two different purposes. One is approved material changes, and one gives you an indication of forthcoming, like trends, historic trends, and then forthcoming risks and changes. Is that approximately correct? And if not, just please provide that sort of delineation, if you could, please.
Yeah, I think that's a fair summary.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And so getting to sort of moving outside of the three topics that I said that I would stick to, moving into a fourth topic, it has to do with rate base and the entry of projects into rate base. At what time in the process does a project that has a CPCN enter rate base?
I'm just going to,
Subject to check.
3 months.
okay, go ahead.
Sorry, sorry. Subject to check 3 months after the in-service date.
3 months after the in-service date. And typically in which proceeding would the prudence of the project be evaluated for entry, for inclusion in rate base? Like which proceeding, regulatory proceeding, does BC Hydro expect that to occur?
That would occur in the revenue requirement application, within which the capital addition associated with that project is being put into rate base and recovered in rates.
Okay, thank you. And does a filing of a material change report or an annual, the annual report, project progress report, does that imply any explicit or tacit approval by the BCUC of entry into rate base for a capital project?
The filing of an annual report itself?
The progress report or a material change report?
No, it would not.
Okay. And that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Helen.
Thank you. Again, just for the benefit of the record, I'll note that the witness aid that RCIA was referring to can be found at Exhibit C3-5. Next in the order of appearances is the Commercial Energy Consumers Association.
Mr. Craig.
Thank you. I have 3 or 4 questions only. I want to start with the BCUC purposes in this whole process. I think they have an obligation to be aware of things going on in the utility. Can I confirm that?
Yes.
They've declared here, and I think they have a responsibility to want to help when they can.
Yes.
They're clearly the approval agency, so that's the one that you're responding to specifically.
They are the approval agency with regards to the CPCN or the acceptance of an expenditure schedule.
Or
yes.
changes there too? If you're
I think
if you're proposing a material change to it, you've said you'll seek their approval.
No, I don't think, I think we've said we will file a material change report. But I think there would be different factors that would govern whether or not a separate or different CPCN approval, for example, is required.
Okay, I've got it. So it's the original approval, and the rest is reporting.
That's correct, and I think maybe perhaps picking up on something Mr. Helen just explored earlier, there's that second piece of prudence review. So the commission does have the opportunity at the end of a project when BC Hydro is applying now to recover that project in rates, the commission may have approved that project up front, may now then look at the prudency of how BC Hydro executed that project through a revenue requirements proceeding and conclude that BC Hydro perhaps didn't execute it prudently and deny costs on those basis. That would...
Right, and that was my last criteria, was
okay.
They review prudence. And you say their prudence responsibility only occurs at the end of a project? Or are they responsible for identifying prudence issues potentially at any time out of, say, progress reports and things before you've got the full final summary?
I think the commission has various means at its disposal to be kept informed along the way, and I think that's often what the commission will do is exercise its jurisdiction to be kept informed so that it has that
potential,
that window in terms of when ultimately a decision is perhaps exercised around that. I think that would typically be in the context of setting rates and revenue requirements.
Great. I want to clarify the wording that's going to be used, that you're being held to accounting to authorized cost. And authorized cost comes from the CPCN approval.
Yes, that's correct.
And when we do CPCNs, you present information that is P50 and P90?
Yes.
And do the commission approvals always give you an authorized cost up to P90? Or sometimes?
It would be the P90 based on my knowledge.
Just wanted to interject here, Chris Bystrom, again. Just to be clear, I think I'm aware there's some confusion. The authorized, the witnesses can correct me, it's the board of directors that is doing the authorized. And so I just didn't want this to continue if there's a misunderstanding, if you're implying that the BCUC is the one authorizing that authorized cost. I don't think that's right, subject to what the witnesses will explain.
Actually, that's a really good point, Mr. Bystrom. And maybe somebody can explain to me, in terms of the proposed amendment for power system and building projects, it says the capital A authorized capital C cost of the project exceeds the same definition, authorized cost that is part of the CPCN granted, blah, blah, blah. So who actually authorizes that cost? And where is it? How does it compare with the authorized cost, as Mr. Bystrom just put it, that is actually authorized by the board? What, like, how am I supposed to interpret that criteria? Because they both use capital A, capital C, you know?
So the authorized cost that goes into the application is the authorized cost that is developed in the definition phase of the project. And so that is not an authorized cost that is approved by the board. It really is the authorized cost as forecast by the project team at that juncture of the project. So that goes into the application that forms part of the CPCN application that BC Hydro puts forward to the commission for approval. Once that is in place, the board then would be the approver of changes to the authorized costs going forward. And so that would then be what would be triggering changes in terms of the project cost.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
In reviewing CPCN applications, Hydro has an authorized cost that it puts before the BCUC, but, and I may be mistaken, but I think I'm right, it also has an anticipated cost. Is that correct?
Be referring to the expected cost?
The what?
Expected cost?
The expected cost,
Yes.
yeah. And what's the difference between expected cost and authorized cost?
The difference is that the authorized cost is meant to be a P90 cost, the expected cost is meant to be a P50 cost, and the difference between those two is
Right.
the reserves.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Craig, sorry for interrupting.
So I want to propose some clarifications that might help everybody on this. When you use authorized cost here, can you in future use nomenclature board authorized cost? And then when we come to the part that has been approved by the BCUC, which would be the P90, can you call that commission authorized cost or approved cost? And then when we come to changes, can you talk about proposed amended board authorized cost? And then we can deal with whether or not the commission is approving anything in that process as we go through the various windows where we get the potential information changes. Does any of that make sense to do that?
Could you just restate the last one again? Sorry, and where you're referring to when you state that one?
So here it says authorized cost of the project exceeds authorized cost.
Yeah.
But your definition of authorized cost that you just gave us is board authorized cost. So when I see reporting, I'd like you to use the nomenclature board authorized cost or board revised authorized cost. And when we come to what you're comparing it to, we want to know whether it exceeds the BCUC authorized cost or the commission authorized cost.
Yeah.
So if we get the labels separated, then we're not going to have confusion about what's going on.
Can I just mention something? So the second authorized cost is qualified by the statement after it. The second authorized cost is qualified by the statement that is part of the BCUC's decision in order granting a CPCN or accepting the capital expenditures.
I don't deny that
Okay.
your meaning is all there already.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get nomenclature so that I can understand it. Because as you conflate a couple of things to give a definition,
Yeah.
it's much easier if we have the label that actually describes it.
We will consider naming that will make it clearer.
That'd be really helpful, thank you. I'm just going to describe what I think we have as windows into your capital processes quickly. We're going to have a material change report, and that's going to be as it happens. And you've defined that material change at the end of your management. It's a board-approved material change, right?
Sorry, could you just repeat that back one more time?
Okay, we're getting these material change reports,
Yeah.
and we get them as the material change has been identified. But when it's first identified, it's at the project manager level, and it goes through various processes until it becomes an actual material change by your definition, which is a board-approved material change.
I think that's correct. I would just clarify that in those earlier steps, the project team is identifying the potential for a material change or the potential need for
Yes,
material
I
change,
agree.
but not.
That's my
Yeah.
understanding.
Okay.
And it doesn't become a BC Hydro official material change until your board is the final arbiter.
In the case of budget, yes. In the case of schedule, would be the initiator and sponsor.
And the scope?
And the scope, initiator, and sponsor as well.
Okay. And then we have progress reports, and we're moving these to annual, right?
Correct.
And those progress reports will cover more of the detail about what's happening in the chain, from the project manager having raised things, what the resolutions have been, and all the way up to what gets approved?
Yes.
Okay. And then we have PCR reports, and we get those 3 months after your board approves.
That's correct.
That's what's in the guidelines.
Yes.
And then finally, the long-term review of things is project compliance reports 24 months later, or whenever you've cleared up most of the major things. And I'm well aware of, having worked at Hydro for a long time, how long it takes for things to get fully clarified. And then at that point, we have a lot more knowledge, and it's not just uncertainties about things.
Yes, and so those would be that's the same report.
Yeah.
That's the project completion report. And Mr. Maloney just reminded me I should clarify that, as we've talked about earlier, the board reviews those reports rather than approves them.
So out of that, I can get an understanding of the timing for when the commission will be aware of things, and when it may be asked to step in to approve something, and when it has different levels of information about prudence. So I get all of that. Now, we talked earlier about whether or not some of the earlier steps might be things that the commission should be aware of. And you've indicated that there's a lot of potential efficiency issues in that would cause preparation of reports to the BCUC if we were to do it at that granularity level and in that kind of time frame.
I think the discussion earlier was that it would increase the frequency, yes.
Yes. And so that's an efficiency problem internally, and I'm putting that up against the commission's responsibilities for awareness and so on. So internally, all of those processes, you have a management report that the project manager puts forward, and that may resolve itself into a contingency use or a fix or a change in an authorized report an authorized cost or an authorized scope or from one of the interim levels. And all of those are going on at various times, and you have actual reports for those. Instead of preparing full separate reports for the BCUC, is it more efficient if you were to copy those on a confidential basis so that you're not, I assume that copying is not a huge efficiency problem, that the commission could be aware of the stream of things happening without you needing to mash it all into a formalized BCUC report?
I think certainly it is possible for us to file copies of reporting that goes to the board with the commission. I think the question in my mind really would be whether that creates any additional value relative to the reporting framework that's in place today. I think or proposed to be in place going forward. I think the intent of whatever reporting framework is put in place, in my view, would be to enable the commission to carry out its supervisory duties as it sees fit. My reservation, I think, in perhaps the approach you're advocating, Mr. Craig, would be that might be a frequency and a volume of documentation going to the commission that is beyond what the commission may be looking for in terms of the extent to which it is looking to exercise that supervision in terms of and how it's enabled by reporting.
Excellent. So you're having a look at it from the point of view of there's quite a volume of that kind of activity going on, and suggesting that it's perhaps more effective and efficient to analyze that annually, because that's when you're going to report it.
Correct.
And so would you say that for the commission, if they're considering their awareness responsibilities, that it might be useful for them to decide whether it's too much or not for them?
I think
particularly if we can make it quite efficient for you to create just a copy of the stream that you're already operating with.
I think in all of these cases, it's ultimately for the commission to decide, and ultimately BC Hydro will provide whatever the commission determines it requires.
Perfect. Thank you so much. One last question. When we come to the various reporting elements that are going on, and particularly the project management stream of activities that you've described, from project manager to project proponents, and managing projects in BC Hydro or anywhere that's complex like this. There's several levels and lots of important things going on. I'm wondering if internally, do you have metrics for those kinds of things, and have you built some statistics for monitoring that project management process and activities?
Yes, we have.
And are those statistics shared with the commission?
Aren't they? I believe they're included in the RRA. Could be wrong. Subject to check. Okay. So there are a number of ways that we monitor and analyze our projects.
Right.
One of them is the service plan metrics that is public and available. Sorry. Repeat the answer? Okay. Okay. Sorry. There are a number of ways that we monitor our portfolio of projects and project management practice. One of them is the service plan metric that is public.
Right. So I'm thinking there may be a question here of some management metrics over your capital projects management processes that may not be in the information stream with the commission. Clearly, some things are at some times. So would it be possible for us at some time in the future to build a good understanding of what all those metrics are and whether or not we can get the metrics element of your management and the statistical understanding of it as part of the awareness, fulfilling the awareness responsibility that the commission has?
I think what might help us give a better answer in this case is whether, could you be a bit more specific around the types of metrics you're referring to in this case, Mr. Craig? And maybe we can just make sure we're talking about the same one. I think so far we've just kind of been talking about metrics in general.
Yeah, I can from off the top of my head, and it's not necessarily going to be complete, but at your project management level, they will be raising things that are material to more senior levels of management. Those things have a path in action to either a fix or a use of a contingency or a change to something authorized. What we don't know from my experience of things is how frequently do each of those things happen? How often do the threats that you're resolving go all the way to becoming a change that's authorized by the board? Just so we understand the whole flow from a simple overview of all of your project management. That's what metrics and statistics help us do. And that's metrics that's happening starting at the project manager level. The next metrics are your project sponsors and the other interim approval levels. How many of those are there? They have a particular resolution path that goes back into the project and doesn't make a change, and a path up to the board to make a change. I don't have a statistical understanding of that, and if you have good metrics that can capture those, then I think we'll all have a slightly better understanding of the nature and complexity of what you're managing, and how that can then factor into awareness, and then eventually be a cap set of information before anybody starts talking about prudence and other types of things. And if you're developing a lot of this internally, which I imagine it has to be there's going to be a data set. I think it'd be just useful to capture it and have the commission and interveners aware of it.
So we do have, I think as Ms. Umi mentioned earlier, there are metrics, as you've alluded to as well, Mr. Craig, at every level of reporting, as you would expect, project level, portfolio level, and so on. And I think we were just discussing here a number of those metrics are in reporting that goes to the commission today. So within the project reports themselves, You have metrics that are project-specific around project health and indicators. And then at a more overall level, for example, in the revenue requirements application, we do provide the metrics of the capital infrastructure project delivery group in terms of that overall portfolio of capital. So there is visibility of metrics in those two examples, for example.
Yeah, so my experience of them is they're a bit disparate wherever they are occurring, and they don't.
And you know, I'm happy to take that offline and talk about it. If it's all actually happening, it's not a problem, but I just don't have the experience sense that it has been.
Sure. I mean, certainly, I think the short answer to that would be that there are metrics in place throughout the project governance process at all levels, and if there's an interest in better understanding those, I'm absolutely happy to organize opportunities to walk through that.
Fantastic. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Craig.
Just one follow-up question.
Mr. Weaver.
If I could take you to the Commission staff's witness age A2-3, page 3, where they took you through the sequential process steps for the annual report or semi-annual reports. Just to understand, in relation to the material change reports, is this the same sequential process that would be followed before a material change report would go to the Commission?
No, because the scope is much reduced.
I'm sorry?
No, the scope of the material change report is narrower, so it won't follow this process.
Okay. So it can be consistent with this, looking at earlier reporting to the Commission on potential material changes. It can happen earlier in a process. It's not, if a material change has been identified at a project level, what is the downside of reporting that earlier to the Commission, and particularly the prudency of being prudent, letting the Commission know early that there's a problem, such that if the problem does evolve later on, there's a higher probability they're not going to find imprudence because they've been told earlier that there may be a change, there may be an issue.
So just to clarify, these steps are the steps for developing the progress report, not getting changes approved, right? So these are the steps we take to develop a progress report.
Yes, but I'm talking about a material change report now. So you're developing a material change. The material change report, as I understand it, is to help reduce the number of reports. You won't have a semi-annual report, but you'll raise an issue when it becomes live.
Yes.
And I guess what I'm trying to confirm is that can be done quite early, that can be identified fairly early on in process by a project team. It doesn't have to go up through levels of management or to the board to be identified as, here is a potential issue, here is a potential material change. What is the risk or downside to advising the Commission earlier on of that potential issue, even if it doesn't end up becoming a material change? It's a potential material change, letting them know early so that the risks of mitigation are being identified. If the change has to occur and there's a material cost, the Commission is going to be able to determine that you told them early and you've been prudent about it.
I think the concept you're describing, Mr. Weaver, in my view, one of the challenges could be that it starts to get outside of the project governance structure. And so maybe as an anecdotal example, we were having a conversation on the break that one of the directions we've received from our executive is with regards to projects that have to do with PCB removal. There's a very clear direction that we have to stay on schedule with PCB removal. There's regulations around that, and so that expectation has been set very clear. And so it may be that as some of these projects that have that kind of a component to it advance, that the project team may become aware of threats to the timing of PCB removal, but per the project governance structure, what to do about those threats, whether that would cause a budget impact, a schedule impact, some other sorts of impact to the project, really is for the appropriate approval authority of the project to decide. And so I think the challenge becomes, if there is some sort of reporting of that kind of potential outside of the appropriate project governance, having first been engaged and given the opportunity to make a decision about how the project is to manage that, then that gets a bit out of step, I think, in our view.
I understand, and I think what's got highlighted by this schedule on page 3 of 43 is that there's a good number of steps, and does it really have to go to the board of directors before a potential material change is reported to the commission?
I think it depends on how you're defining material change, and so in the way that we've defined material change, yes, if it's an authorized cost change, it has to go to the board, because the board is the only body that is able to provide the project team with more funding. The project team does not have funding over and above the authorized cost unless the board says they do. Similarly, in the change of an in-service date, yet I think it's important that the project team is not able to change its in-service date of its own volition, that they would need the buy-in of both the initiator of the project and the sponsor of the project before they change the in-service date. And perhaps an example with regards to me personally. So one of the things that potentially can impact an in-service date to the project is our regulatory filing dates. And so I am not, as Chief Regulatory Officer, able to make a decision about a regulatory filing date if I'm going to impact the in-service date of a project. That's not an authority that I have. I think it's an authority appropriately that's vested in the project initiator and sponsor, who would have to agree that whatever pressures I'm indicating as Chief Regulatory Officer, that there may be the filing date, that would trigger something to the in-service date.
Yeah, I understand. But you're not, when you report to the commission, you're not seeking an approval. You're just simply advising there's an issue arising. It still has to go through the levels of BC Hydro to be approved in terms of an additional cost. I would put to you that it may be more comforting to have the commission know ahead of that final decision being made by the board that you may be likely found for it to be prudent, because you've advised the commission earlier on in the process. They're not taking any steps on it. They may wish to help, as has been discussed earlier, may have some thoughts on it. Would it not assist BC Hydro in terms of even going to the board with potential funding requests to advise that the commission is aware of the issue?
I'm not sure I see the benefit necessarily, Mr. Reefer. I mean, I think I absolutely agree that there's a need and a benefit to keeping the commission informed, but I think in this case, as it's being described, I'm seeing the potential for the commission to be receiving information, or at least the expectation being placed on different parts of the organization within BC Hydro to be providing the commission with information at a frequency and a cadence that would be outside of how that information is being advanced within BC Hydro's own internal governance process, and I think that could be problematic.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Just one more quick one. Oh my God, can't believe that. When we're dealing with material change is defined in regard to the project, correct? So it's a material change for the project.
Yes.
And material changes that would impact BC Hydro might be an aggregate coming from projects at some point in time. And a given project that might have a significant material change for the project may not be particularly material to overall hydro situation and potential impacts on customers and rates and so on. I'm trying to put things in a context, and the larger BC Hydro context versus specific projects is a relevant context for what's coming out of your capital management activities.
I'm not sure if this is helpful or not, but I think the way I would look at it is that different reporting and different review forms serve different purposes. So on a major project application and reporting around that project, you're looking at the project. If I kind of take where I think you're going, Mr. Craig, certainly there may be, for example, many projects that are experiencing labor challenges, for example. And so what does the aggregate impact of that look like? I think that would be a topic that would be explored in a revenue requirements application, where BC Hydro might say, look, across a number of projects, we're experiencing labor pressures. Here's what that means from a rate setting perspective in terms of the funding that we think we need to run the business.
Terrific. And so if we had the information about how this project was potentially impacting BC Hydro overall, that would be useful, and we'd be able to use it when we get to a revenue requirements process.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Craig. I just want to do a bit of a time check because I realize Ms. Worth has yet to do her cross-examination. And so, Mr. Bystrom, I guess my question to you is, should we break now and come back and allow Ms. Worth to do her cross-examination, or would you prefer a little bit of a break after Ms. Worth has done her cross-examination before you're required to do your oral submissions? And I guess it may depend on how many questions Ms. Worth has too, so maybe I can turn to her first.
Definitely like a break after all the cross-examination is done to consult with my client.
I sort of anticipate as much, so I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to take a break right now. So Ms. Worth, maybe you can begin. We do have a hard stop though, because there are travel arrangements that cannot be changed at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can advise the panel that BCUC staff dealt with a lot of my issues and questions, so my cross-examination is going to be far shorter. I'm just wondering whether any members of the panel can speak, the BC Hydro panel can speak to whether there have been any circumstances in the past where BC Hydro has reported a material change to the BC Utilities Commission in the absence of a board or other final governance approval having been given. So prior to some sort of approval having been given.
Not to our knowledge, we've filed 2 material change reports to date. They were both on the main wiring substation upgrade project. They were related to changes in schedule timelines on earlier milestones than the in-service date based on the criteria in that respective order.
Okay. So is it Hydro's evidence that internal processes as described in this application, getting that approval before going to the Utilities Commission with notice of a material change, is the same as it has been in, let's say, the last 8 to 10 years whenever BC Hydro would go to the Utilities Commission and say, hi, there's sort of an issue that you need to know about, whether it's changed to financials or whatever else?
Our first material change reporting directive was in the main wiring order last year, so we haven't had it in the past.
So you haven't gone to the BC Utilities Commission at all before that?
We have filed semi-annual progress reports. We have not filed material change reports.
Okay. So I'm going to follow up on Mr. Weaver's questions, and it seemed to me, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed to me that Mr. Weaver's question was triggering a response from the BC Hydro panel that he was suggesting a greater degree of reporting to the Commission than Hydro understands it is currently subject to. Is that correct?
I think that's probably a fair characterization. I mean, I think both Mr. Craig and Mr. Weaver have talked about earlier notifications, and so I think earlier likely means some sort of increased frequency, which would mean an increase in reporting. Yes.
Okay. Did you agree with Mr. Weaver and Mr. Craig that reporting to the Commission as early as possible regarding emerging issues and risks is a key factor that could affect interveners and the BC Utilities Commission's view of the prudence of any resulting changes to the scope, the cost, or the timing of a process, or sorry, of a project?
I'm not sure if the timing of when a particular development or risk is reported necessarily affects the ability to evaluate the prudency of it. I think prudency is always typically done at the conclusion of a project and done once there's an ability to kind of see how everything has settled out. And so whether the Commission or interveners were made aware of such developments on an annual frequency or a semi-annual frequency, for example, and in my view, I don't know actually impacts the prudence evaluation itself when that would occur.
Okay. I was going to ask a number of questions, as was probably evident from my line of questioning earlier, about sort of the timing of things. And I just wanted to ask one more question, and it's just sort of mopping up. So, we had Commission staff asking questions about sort of when, this would happen, when that would happen. If we have a situation where the BC Hydro team has identified what it feels to be a material change that's necessary, takes it to the board, and presents it, is there a deadline during which that board is required to provide a yes or no?
There's no deadline.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Worth. I'm going to give the panel members one last chance, and then I have a question. After that, we'll break. Can you tell me how long, Mr. Bystrom, you might be in your oral submissions? Just so I have an idea.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yes, how long might you be in your oral submissions?
Oh, how long? I'm sorry, I
Yes.
misunderstood what you were saying.
Sorry.
20 minutes.
Thank you. All right. Do my fellow panel members have any questions for the witness panel?
I do, Madam Chair. If the witness panel could turn to Exhibit B9-2, and I'm talking about the cover letter from BC Hydro to the Commission, dated November 21, 2023. And in particular, the third full paragraph of that letter. Do you have that there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just read a bit of it because I'm just trying to get my thinking clear if I can. First, the response stated that BC Hydro's project control procedures for buildings and information technology projects are different than power system projects. However, the same BC Hydro Board of Directors subcommittee reviews both power system projects and building projects, and therefore the reporting requirements for those project changes are the same. Accordingly, BC Hydro is requesting the same material change reporting criteria apply for building projects and for power system projects. Information technology projects would continue to have a different material change criteria. My first question is, why is there a different criteria for information technology projects?
So with regards to BC Hydro, internally, it's really the issue is the board committees and the board reporting structures and the fact that power systems and buildings report to the same subcommittee of the board. In terms of the criteria, I think we had not proposed changing the information technology project criteria in the same way that we've proposed changing buildings and power system criteria, just because we don't see the board and commission reporting overlapping and interacting in the same way that we do with regards to the other categories. But I think, as we discussed earlier, that we would be amenable to simply having the same criteria across all three categories. It was really just reflecting that we haven't seen the same overlap with regards to technology so far.
Well, does information on technology projects get reported to the same board subcommittee as power and building?
It's a different subcommittee of the board.
Okay, what are the two subcommittees? Which one does power and building report to?
Power and building is the audit, finance, and capital committee. And technology projects would be the Operations Planning, Information, and Technology Committee.
Not audit and finance?
That's correct.
Okay. So, just to be clear, is Hydro seeking anything from the Commission with respect to technology projects today?
We're seeking one amendment, and that's to move from semi-annual progress reporting to annual progress reporting.
And that paragraph I read talked about project control procedures and the reporting requirements. Are those written documents?
Yes.
And are there project control procedures and reporting requirements for the technology projects?
Yes, as well.
And they're written as well?
Yes.
Are they different from building and power systems?
Related to material change reporting, they are consistent in that a change to the authorized cost would have to go to the subcommittee of the board of directors, and a change to the in-service date or the scope would go to the initiator and sponsor for approval.
Okay. And the only change you're seeking is that technology projects would do an annual report?
Yes.
Annual progress report?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, just give me one moment. No, I think I'm done here. And could those project control procedures and reporting requirements be produced by Hydro?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Well, perhaps I'll reserve as to whether we might seek them, but Hydro is willing to produce them.
That's correct.
Both
yes.
for the power and building projects and for the technology projects.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Everett. Commissioner Denier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sandu, last question for you. I have to say I'm very excited about considering changing or eliminating the need for semi-annual progress reports if I accept your evidence that a semi-annual progress report costs somewhere between $42,000 to $60,000 to produce. And when I do a rough math based on 36 reports, I get 1.5 million to 2.1. Compared to the 2 material change reports you filed to date, I would expect to see a savings of $1.4 million to $2 million in your next revenue requirement. Not so much a question, just a comment.
Yeah, in response, I'll just say I think 2 things. One, as we said, the panel I appreciate. I think in its order was quite candid about how it viewed the amount of time, and I think when I read those comments from the panel, I certainly appreciated and understood that candor. I think it's absolutely fair and appropriate to expect that BC Hydro is reducing the amount of time that's spent relative to what had been estimated, and we have been and we will continue to. And then I think the second point I would make in regards to that is and I think Ms. Yumi made this point earlier, we will do that, one, because it's the right thing to do. We should always be making sure that we're managing our resources prudently, but 2, because we absolutely have to, I think, as we go forward, and I think the Commission has experienced the increase in activity and filings going to the Commission. Certainly we've experienced that, and so certainly I feel a responsibility as Chief Regulatory Officer to make sure that the organization is always looking for ways to identify where it is expending too much effort and needs to rationalize its effort, because if we don't, we're not going to be able to deliver the regulatory agenda that we need to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandy. All right, I think we will now, it is now 12:41. I guess I should ask Mr. Bystrom, would you prefer a break of 30 minutes or 45 minutes? Just let me know what's your preference. Based on your time estimate, we can still be done by 2 o'clock in either case.
45, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll come back then at 1:30, and that will limit the time that Mr. Bystrom will have for his oral submissions to a maximum of 30 minutes. Thank you. All right, Mr. Bystrom, over to you, please. We're all ears.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to make these final submissions. We've covered a fair bit of ground this morning, and so I'm going to endeavor to keep these submissions brief, and I know that I've got a hard stop at 2 o'clock, so I'll get right to what I believe are the key issues that have been raised. And there's 3 main requests that BC Hydro is seeking in this segment of the proceeding. One is to move from semi-annual to annual reporting. Second is to revise the material change criteria. And the third is to align the filing of its final project reports with the capital filing guidelines 3 months after the board review. But before I get to that, I wanted to address what Madam Chair, you indicated was the biggest challenge for you in this proceeding, which really centers on BC Hydro's governance process. For example, it's with the authorized cost for a project, if the board it's only once the board of directors has approved a change to that authorized cost that BC Hydro would report to the commission. And I heard Madam Chair express that that dismay, that the current concern being that the commission was going to be left in the dark while BC Hydro underwent its own governance process. And there's a number of points I want to make about that. And the first is that none of the approvals sought or changes that BC Hydro is seeking actually arise from the governance process. The governance process is the same as it's been for many years and would apply to all the reporting, whether as it exists today or whether you accept BC Hydro's proposals. So on cost, it's still on the original criteria as was shown on the slide there. On the existing criteria, BC Hydro would only report once its board of directors approved the change in the project cost. And I should just highlight here that we are dealing here with the largest capital projects that BC Hydro manages and that the Commission oversees. These are projects over $75 million and can be much more than that, of course, and that's why they do trigger the highest level of BC Hydro's governance process. So not every change in cost requires approval from BC Hydro's board, but it is important to remember that we are dealing with the largest projects and some of the largest projects in the province. So, and the second point, I hope it's clear from the testimony that certainly the intent of BC Hydro is not to keep the Commission in the dark. BC Hydro is following its governance process as set by its board and its executives. And its testimony today and the process it has outlined and its view that the authorized cost doesn't change until the board approves it, that's the set process. And it is certainly not in any way a reflection of a desire to delay reporting to the board, to the Commission. It is, this is the governance process that has been approved by BC Hydro, and it is how BC Hydro operates. And it is BC Hydro's obligation and its right to set its governance process and manage its affairs accordingly. And so I hope that it's, the Commission understands that there is no, this is not about delaying reporting to the Commission. This is about BC Hydro following its governance processes. And I think that the third point I wanted to make on this is that it is reasonable and appropriate, and there's good reason why the Commission should allow BC Hydro to run through its governance process before reporting. And I think some of the witnesses today have given some great reasons why. I haven't explained why it's important, and I'll take one more shot at it, which is that on a project, cost, schedule, and scope are all interrelated and can be traded off. So there is a challenge arises with respect to, say, PCB removal. The the risk is that we're not going to get the PCBs removed in time. So as BC Hydro raises this risk and manages it, it has options about, okay, do we spend more money to get it done? Do we take this piece of the project out and manage it in a different way? Do we, there's a number of things that can be done. And the governance process ensures and has been set up by BC Hydro to ensure that it takes the appropriate steps to analyze the problem and take the appropriate action. And until the authorized person at BC Hydro makes the call and signs off on it, the strategy hasn't been set. And in the case of these very large projects, it's on cost. It's the BC Hydro Board of Directors that makes the ultimate call on cost. On other things, it's different personnel. It might be the project sponsor, so on, that makes those calls, depending on the exact issue. But in my submission, it is perfectly reasonable for BC Hydro to, one, set up its own governance process and then follow that process. And it's BC Hydro's duty to ensure that it is managing its projects appropriately, and it has set up a very rigorous set of change control processes to ensure that happens. And in my submission, the Commission should be deferential to that process because it's BC Hydro's ultimate responsibility, and two, should be respectful of the fact that until BC Hydro has gone through that process, it hasn't made the final call, and that the change hasn't in fact occurred. They haven't actually decided what the course of action will be until they've gone through their process. And in my submission, it is perfectly reasonable, and as I've said, it is in fact BC Hydro's obligation, and it's their duty and their duty alone to set up how they manage the utility. And they have set up a rigorous process, and it has been described in some detail in many proceedings before the Commission. And we all know BC Hydro has been recognized by the various institutes for its project management processes. It's won awards. It is well recognized that BC Hydro has a very mature project management process. And in my submission, the Commission should respect that process and allow it to take place before it hears reports from BC Hydro. And then the last point I want to make on this is that I think what's interesting, although this is the sort of the major point perhaps of contention in this proceeding, it actually isn't raised by the approvals sought. And the record hasn't really developed around this. It was really raised in this SRP, and I think it's enlightening and it's important that it was, and I hope it was helpful. But ultimately, at the end of the day, in my submission, I don't think it would be appropriate for the Commission to set out an order in this proceeding that would interfere with BC Hydro's governance process or make some other change that would detrimentally affect BC Hydro's ability to govern itself as it has determined. So with that, I'm going to turn to some of the other issues that we've canvassed, which is first the move from semi-annual to annual reports. And so this is the first kind of main change that BC Hydro is seeking. It's seeking to amend the capital filing guidelines and a number of the outstanding orders with respect to major projects to move from semi-annual to annual reporting. And I wanted to just highlight 3 points in support of this proposal. First is the introduction of material change reporting makes good sense. And as we know, as I've mentioned, these are major projects, and they go through a rigorous review process through this Commission before they're approved. And so from this perspective, the Commission is starting off of a place of quite deep knowledge about the project, having gone through the CPCN or 44.2 process. So it makes sense that starting from that point, the Commission should be focusing on, hey, has anything materially changed? Because you know about the project already. It makes sense to focus on material changes. So in my view, the introduction of material change reporting is a good thing. And the second point is that with the introduction of material change reporting, semi-annual reporting really becomes unnecessary. And that's because if there are no material changes over the course of a year, a semi-annual report simply doesn't make a lot of sense because there wouldn't, by definition, be a material change from what the BCUC already knows from the CPCN or 44.2 process. And if there are material changes, of course, they'll be reported according to the criteria. And in my submission, there's no compelling reason to have both semi-annual and material change reports on the same project. In any case, the annual report will, of course, provide that once a year progress report on the project where all the risk reporting and other metrics will be updated in terms of costs and variance and explanations. So the Commission will have that touch point every year. And then the third point I wanted to highlight is that with the original CPCN process, material change reports, annual reports, and final reports, I think the BCUC can be assured that it's fulfilling its obligation to keep itself informed. In my view, that's a rigorous level of reporting, and that the Commission will, like I said, should be satisfied in my respectful submission that it is fulfilling its obligation under the Utilities Commission Act to keep itself informed. And I wanted to just touch on one issue that came up, and it is tangentially related to the governance process, which is that this idea of, before an issue raises to the level that's, say, been approved for a change the authorized cost, it's been a threat. It's kind of this thing that maybe it's a challenge to the project, and I think there's been expressed a desire that the Commission should keep tabs on those types of things. And in my view, those threats are already part of the reporting. So in every CPCN or 44.2 application that BC Hydro files, there is a section or chapter of the application on the risks, and BC Hydro does a very detailed job of laying out the risks, how it's going to treat them, rating them, and so on, describes them, and that risk reporting is carried out through subsequent reports. So in the annual report, you get an update on all those risks. So right from the very beginning of the project, the Commission is given insight into what are the major threats to this project and how is BC Hydro going to respond. And that's already there in the initial application before the Commission. And in the annual reports, the Commission will see those updates. Did this risk, did it get resolved? Did it actually materialize? Is it more likely than not than it was before? That all gets reported. So I think there already is a mechanism for threats to be reported on and to keep the Commission informed. So with that, keeping time in mind, I'm going to move to material change reporting. And that's the second main change that BC Hydro is seeking. Yes.
Is now a good time for me to ask a question with respect to semi-annual reports?
Please, yes.
Mr. Bystrom, I take your point about BC Hydro having its own internal processes for determining when material changes report. And frankly, I'm not intending to or wanting to interfere with whatever managerial process that you put in place, nor do I opine on them. However, what if the Commission takes a different view as to when things need to be reported to us, independent of what BC Hydro's internal processes are with respect to reviews and, approvals, et cetera?
I mean, so I think the Commission has, in its orders, set out criteria for material change reporting.
Yes.
And BC Hydro applies those. Like a governance process is the process by which BC Hydro as a corporation makes decisions. So when the Commission says report on project cost variances more than 10%, project cost variance of more than 10% doesn't happen until it's approved by the authorized personnel. So that's why, so the Commission can articulate the criteria, but BC Hydro will, by definition, always apply its governance process to when comparing, to determine if, say, there's been a project cost change over 10%. no other way in which BC Hydro makes decisions. It makes its decisions the way it has set itself up to do so. Personnel, or if they're not authorized to make the call, they're not authorized. They can't speak for BC Hydro in that regard. So I'm not, maybe that didn't answer your question, but that was my first try.
It doesn't quite, but I take your point. If I hear you correctly, what you're telling me is that costs cannot change until BC Hydro has signed off on the change in costs, even though there may be a significant risk that, according to somebody who's identified the risk of it occurring, until management or executive or the board, whomever is according to the BC Hydro process, have signed off on the change, there has been no change. That's what you're telling me.
That is the way the governance structure
Okay.
is set up.
All right, thank you. The other thing I will say is, and this is a question for you, the 2018 guidelines have been in place since 2019. It is now 2023. The semi-annual reporting has always been part of those 2018 guidelines. What is it suddenly, why does semi-annual reporting now suddenly become such a burden that BC Hydro needs to limit it to material reports, material change reports, of which I heard from Mr. Sandoff earlier this morning, you've only filed 2 to date.
Yeah.
2 versus 36. Can you please tell me, as I say, what is it that's happened since 2019 and 2023 that now suddenly this requirement that was always in place in the original guidelines has now become bothersome, such that they should be replaced with 2 material change reports?
I think there's 2 points I would say in response to that. And the first is just the number of capital projects that BC Hydro was forecasting, so and expects to file in front of this commission and then report on. So BC Hydro was looking ahead to the regulatory burden associated with that and trying to rationalize that. And the second thing is the introduction of the material change reports, which wasn't contemplated when the guidelines were set and was introduced for some of the major projects. And I think the introduction of that material change reporting gave rise to the proposal here today, saying this looks like an opportunity to help rationalize the regulatory burden, gain some efficiencies. If we're doing material change reporting, we should be able to move to annual reporting, because we can report on material change during the year. You get your annual report. That seems to make sense. It's more efficient for BC Hydro and I think the Commission. And so I think those are the 2 key elements that changed, really. And, I place emphasis on the number of projects. The capital plan is growing, and there's a lot of projects coming down the pipe. Okay, so in terms of the changes to the material change criteria, I'll highlight again 3 points in support of that. And one, I think there is a benefit to aligning the Commission's reporting requirements with the requirements of BC Hydro's internal governance process. And that is just one of efficiency, and I think that it's a valid point, and that the Commission should be supportive of efforts to achieve more efficient reporting processes. And the Commission, when it set the 2018 guidelines, did comment on the benefit of aligning those things. And this was quoted in the response to BCUC IR 1.4.1, and it's at the top of the page, and I'll just read the quote. It would be efficient and effective for both BC Hydro and the BCUC if the BCUC is able to focus its review of capital expenditures based on BC Hydro's capital management processes, including BC Hydro's processes for the review and authorization of capital expenditures by management and the board of directors. So the Commission has previously considered the point and did see value in aligning these things. And so in my submission, what BC Hydro has proposed is consistent with that determination from the Commission earlier when setting the guidelines. And my second point to highlight is a more lengthy one, which is that in my submission, the proposed material change criteria do help focus the material change criteria on what is truly material and that's something that warrants a report during the year. And with respect to the schedule, it's the in-service date, and the witnesses have spoken to this, but the schedule has baked into it contingency to allow the project team to manage changes in date. And so you can have a slippage in one piece, but something else might give the other way. And as long as you're meeting that in-service date in our submission, that's not a change that's worthy of a material change report to the Commission. The examples of the types of activities that might occur kind of below the in-service date, if I can put it that way, are the expected month in which contracts are awarded or construction services are mobilized. So in my view, I don't think if a contract is awarded several months later than planned, I don't think that's worthy of a material change report. If the project team is able to manage that slippage with something else and keep the in-service date, they're managing the project. They're doing their job. It's not, yes, it's a change, but these things are expected to happen from time to time. With respect to cost, BC Hydro his proposal is actually more strict than the Commission's criteria. Is that the BC Hydro's proposal is that any increase in the authorized cost will trigger a material change report, and any increase in the authorized cost does require approval of the Board of Directors. So in BC Hydro's view, that's material and should also be reported to the Commission. Then, with respect to scope, BC Hydro will report on changes in scope that result in a change of the project objectives, and but it's important to note that scope is a broad term, and so a change in scope can also, and would likely, if it's material, be a change in the project schedule, or be a change in the authorized cost. So changes in scope can actually trigger one or all three, or independently each of the criteria. So in BC Hydro's view, a change in project scope that impacts the cost criteria, the schedule criteria, or changes the project objectives are all material changes, and that covers the types of changes that would warrant a material change report. And I would just highlight that all three of the criteria are actually very objective criteria. They're like the project has an in-service date, the project has an authorized cost, and it has a set of objectives. These are all things that are written down, attached to the project. And so if they change, the governance, BC Hydro's governance process is required to make a change to either three of those things. And if they change, that's what triggers the reporting. So it isn't actually, though they're objective criteria, we can kind of fiddle with the wording to make that clear, but they are objective criteria based on facts about the projects, and if these certain facts change, then a material change report is required. And then I think with material change reporting, it is important to note that BC Hydro will continue to provide the annual reports and the final report. As well as has been touched on in the discussion today, there will be revenue requirement applications, potentially prudence reviews. There's many touch points at which the Commission also has access to information to the project if it so desires. So in my submission, that you have to keep all those touch points in mind when you're thinking about material changes. It's the Commission will ultimately, but with the annual report or other processes, get all the information it needs to make any decision it needs to make about the project. See, I'm getting close to the time, so I'm going to speed up a little bit here. But the third main change is the timing of the final reports. And so BC Hydro is, for this change, seeking to align the project orders with the capital filing guidelines, which is that the final report should be filed 3 months after the board reviews it. And it's been canvassed, BC Hydro is open to a shorter time period than 3 months. But there's...
Sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Vice
go
Chair,
ahead.
just on that one issue.
Mm-hmm.
3 months after the Board of Directors reviews it,
Mm-hmm.
what if the board never reviews the report? never reviews that final report? How do we even know when they do it, first of all, if ever?
I mean, I think it's a requirement for them to review it, so I don't think there's ever, I don't understand how it could not happen. I mean, if it's a requirement of the governance process and the PPM process is that the final report is made and goes up to the board of the directors for review. So that is the, again, this aligns with.
But when? When does it actually get reviewed by the board of directors
So
relative to the in-service date of a project or the substantial completion of a project?
Yeah, I think there was discussion towards the end of the Q&A about how it's usually within, the objective is within 24 months. And so, and there was a proposal sort of discussed in I think it was with BCUC staff questioning about, you know, could you set a criteria where you file that report within 24 months of the in-service date, and then if BC Hydro needs an extension, it can file and ask for an extension in the case, you know, where something unusual is happening and it's going to go longer. So if that kind of process is helpful for the commission, I believe the witnesses said that's acceptable to BC Hydro to add some more structure around the timing for filing the final report.
Could it be the earlier of the two, 24 months after substantial completion, or the earlier of the board of directors review of the final report?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think that would be acceptable because after it's reviewed by the board, it's there.
It's
can be
deemed to be a
filed.
final report for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, so I think the earlier of the two is fine.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
I guess in the last point about final report is just the rationale for BC Hydro's proposal is already reflected in the guidelines. I think it's reasonable to align with those guidelines, and kind of fundamentally, it's after the in-service date. As we've talked about, the project costs aren't finalized yet, and that's the rationale for waiting till those project costs to be finalized. So I've only got a couple minutes left, and I would like leave the opportunity for any more questions from the panel if you have any on my submissions. Okay, all right. So, so in my submission, BC Hydro has proposed a reasonable set of amendments to the reporting. The material change reporting is a good addition, and it makes the semi-annual reporting unnecessary, and there's an opportunity here to realize some efficiency by moving to annual reports. And between annual reports, material change reports, and the final project report, in my submission, the BC Hydro the Commission can be satisfied that it's maintaining its obligation to keep itself informed.
Right, thank you, Mr. Bystrom. I do have one final question, and I just want to confirm Mr. Sanders' comment, the exchange we had at the beginning of this SRP, and when I asked him the question, which is, if the Commission were not to continue the practice of requiring material change reports, would he be amenable to keeping the semi-annual reports? And I think you said yes, Mr. Sandeep, but I reserve you can reserve the right to change your mind on that. But that was the question I asked you at the very beginning. Or do you want to think about it?
Appreciate the opportunity. I think the earlier answer stands. If there's not that method through which that sort of visibility would be provided, then we can see a case where perhaps there would be a desire for more frequency than annual. So.
Thank you for not changing your mind. Thank you.
I have 1 minute to spare, but I'm going to just leave it there. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time for those submissions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bystrom. Much appreciated. So on behalf of the BC Utilities Commission, the staff and the panel and everybody else, I just want to thank the BC Hydro witness panel. I know it's not easy, you know. I've been on the other side as counsel as well for the applicant. So I really appreciate you taking the time. And especially, for those of you who gave up your Black Friday shopping day here to join us at this SRP, much appreciated. I saved you some money. So anyways, have a great day. Thank you, everyone. And to all of our interveners who participated in person, much appreciated. And you will have note that going forward, the Commission is really striving to only allow in-person attendees at these types of events, simply because we consider it much more efficient to just do it all in person. And the people who cannot participate in person can always review the transcripts, and they have an opportunity to make their submissions afterwards in writing, if they care to do that. So I just want to explain that it will be a practice going forward that we will try to adhere to. All right? Thank you very much. And have a great day. Bye-bye.